आवाज आ रही है? हेलो 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 हेलो, हाय गाइस, हेलो। हाय वेदांत, हेलो लाल भाई, हेलो जल्दा, हेलो वरुण, कैसे हो सब लोग? भूलने लगी? अच्छा चलो हम वो करते हैं। ये इन्होंने प्ले ऑफ क्यों डाला हुआ है, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा। अभी मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ, मैच स्टार्ट होगा 4। इतने ऐड आ रहे हैं क्या? अरे हाँ, ऐड वाला सीन थोड़ा बंद कर देती हूँ मैं, क्योंकि लोगों को डिस्टर्ब होगा। वो कहाँ से होता है मोनेटाइजेशन पे? नहीं नहीं, अरे ऑफ क्या, वो डिस्टर्ब होगा, लोग फिर क्या ही देखेंगे। कहाँ पे है? लो कर दिया मैंने, ठीक है, अभी ऐड नहीं आएंगे। ओ सारा, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द बिकमिंग आवर मेंबर, थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू। हाय करण, हेलो 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 हेलो। ऐड आने दो। अरे नहीं, आज थोड़ा एडजस्ट कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि क्या अनम्यूट कर रही हूँ, लेकिन तुझे तेरी आवाज शुरू कर देती हूँ, बहुत आवाज आती है। डीसी का साउंड ऑन कर दिया मैंने।
Which keys are going to be getting crushed, but in case you missed it, we do have special report Kalaris giving you the STC rewind.
But the thing is that Rondo, the first map is like
ये यही है ना
you saw a team get
PMWC पर, इन्होंने प्ले ऑफ क्यों डाला हुआ है?
that team
कैसे मैं लेटेस्ट प्ले, क्या हाल चाल है? हाय डू गू, हेलो हेलो हेलो।
makes no sense.
ये बताओ, इसकी आवाज आ रही है ठीक से? हेलो, कॉपीराइट्स आएंगे फालतू में। अच्छा मोहम्मद रजा, अच्छा इंडिया जीतेगी। तुम पाकिस्तान से हो क्या मोहम्मद रजा? सब चीज की आवाज आ रही है, मतलब मेरी और इसकी सब आवाज आ रही है ना?
Comfy. Now production, let's please throw it to Kalaris with the STC rewind.
I want a massage.
From PMWC, day one here at EWC 26 for the finals.
इंडिया
We
जीतेगी,
have got
कोई
ourselves
कुछ भी
an
कर ले, हाँ
absolute treat.
इंडिया
Here
विल
for the STC
विन।
rewind, we're going to look back at everything that's gone on so far, Max. Groups
भूल
to
गई रुई,
start things
अच्छा
off. Group A
पाकिस्तान
and B,
से
the
रजा,
leaders look
ओह
fantastic coming through into the final.
ऐड
Yeah, I mean, of course,
नहीं
looking at
आएगी ना?
Group A in particular, it was the Pakistani domination with 4 thrives getting so many
Kismet.
points. And really, the one word to describe their performance is consistency. Every single player putting points on the board. In particular,
हेलो
Alex
रोशन,
Wright
हेलो
being
हेलो
the group
शेरी, क्या हाल है?
MVP was looking incredible, but so were Group B with vitality.
मैंने तो ऐड
Very
लो कर
famous
दिया
indeed. The
बिल्कुल।
smiling assassin in Falak for sure. I think he looks fantastic. And yeah, vitality on the opposite side of things, though. Record-breaking results, to say the least. Day number one, 108 points for them, meant that they didn't
बंद
really
नहीं
even
कर
have to
सकते,
matter what was
लो
going
कर
on in
सकते
day
हैं, लो
number
कर
two for their
दिया।
groups. But they came out kind of swinging as well, finishing off at 148 points. I think just an insane result from them.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible, especially looking at Federalis with the insane peaks he was doing there, just almost breaking the game at times. Incredible performance from them, and also the duo Ray Ray. But looking now at the teams who are in second place of their groups, right? The Indian teams of Orangutan and also Godlike. One big question I do have today, Kalaris, is that they do not have the smash ruling in their home region. So if they do get into a point where they can contend for that #1 spot in day 3, how are they going to be reacting to that smash ruling?
It's a good question. question then. For a long time,
अगर तुमने आज डिस्टर्ब
they've
किया
never really truly been in a lobby quite this powerful.
तो तू गया
chips are all down here at PMWC, so we'll see how they're going to be able to work that out. However, I think that some of their consistent play style really locking down areas and eventually being able to adapt as time goes on. Hopefully they've had enough time to be able to even tweak some of those kind of results and kind of tweak some of those tactics to be able to push themselves all the way up to the top. Let's talk about the survival stage though, because we had a wild survival stage. What do you think of the results?
Winning that one, I was a little bit upset by their performance in the group stage, but you know what? They brought it back in that survival stage. And QZZ doing QZZ things, putting up big numbers, but Milu, I wanted to see a player perform on the same level as QZZ on the international stage. Milu, a 1v4 versus RRQ, putting them down in that elimination stage, and able to actually become the MVP of survival stage. Very impressed. I feel like one of the biggest storylines were in the last few games, Kalaris, the teams were able to barely make it back up, and that has to bring up the conversation about Ulf.
Yeah, it really does. That last game, getting them over the finish line, and you could see the emotion and kind of the relief on their faces when they were able to get that victory. This is a team, Ulf, of course.
And Ketch doing great, but you know what? The player that I would say was the MVP of Ulf was Scarface.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, he came out of nowhere and said, you know what, guys, I got this one. I'll do it myself and qualify us into the grand final. So Ulf, right now, I would say I've got that glimmer of hope, just like we had at PMGC last year, or even PMGO Season 1 this year in Jakarta, that they can be on the podium and maybe break that second place curse.
And that's just a few of the world-class teams that are going to be representing here in the final for PMWC at EWC 26. You want to stay tuned. You want to see all of these teams fight for that grand prize pool.
Thank you, special reporter Kalaris.
अभी ठीक है, all good. Hello दिपेश जी, राधे राधे.
Let's
Chess भी देख
talk
लो.
about the club
Chess नहीं, आज तो यही देखेंगे भाई.
BGMI got eliminated.
They did.
They are no longer in.
Lace, don't forget that we still have Vitality, and we still have Aurora, that if they finish in the top 8, or if they end up winning, I mean, they'll get a cool 1,000 points for that CC.
Never interrupt me again, Seven. But that's fine. Glitter, with our CC update, is going to interrupt and on standby to bring us the club championship update.
सिर्फ फेस दिखेगा खाली, क्या फायदा?
हेलो
अनिकेत, गॉडलाइक ओजी, यस अनिकेत, अनिकेत करण को भी बुला ले. तो मैं बुलाऊं क्या उसको?
It's time for another club championship update because this is what
कहाँ चला गया नालायक करण?
are fighting for. The title, the honor, the ability to etch their names in the history books of EWC. So let's talk about what that means for this weekend. Over on the Allianz Vault, we have the likes of Liquid, Falcons, AGAL, all fighting for points in their respective games. And honestly, they're going into semifinals today, whittling it down to top 4. It's going to be a big one. Then at the STC Arena, a little bit of a repeat here because we also have Falcons in the running, and we're also keeping our eyes on Vitality, which could be a big one as Vitality is in 4th overall in our CC leaderboard. But as we take a look towards our stage at PUBG Mobile, we get Vitality yet again. They are one of our big teams expected to do well. But the real question is, will the likes of Four Thrives, Orangutan, or even Tiamba take those points away from them? Will Vitality be able to usurp Falcons or AGAL? This is the perfect week and opportunity for them to do so. We're going to have a lot of updates coming your way over the next couple days. And as we know more, of course, we'll make sure to let you know.
And get to our special reporting, being able to cut class and just do that CC update. Thank you, Glitter. But we gotta talk about Sony's story of the day here, because this is the finals, and there's some teams, Lace, that have just been outperforming like crazy. Vitality being one of those.
Of course, Vitality, they were able to get the exact same score that Four Thrives did over 2 days. So if you don't understand how much of a juggernaut team this is, well, then you better wait and lock in.
Yeah, another one that we saw there as well is Godlike. I personally have Godlike finishing in the top 5. This team, for a first international event from India, they have been performing so well. And is that Snacks Gaming that I see? Bye. Turn left. Can I say hello? Bye. It's got, maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him later on. But we do have some more special reporters, none other than Maxman and Aventura. Let's see what they're up to.
And here we have it. We are here at the Analyst Corner for some good old PMWC 2026 at EWC 2026 breakdown. And I'm going to be joined by some co-analysts here to break down everything that might be happening this following weekend. First of all, we got Michael, Niptura, Jackson right here at the stage. How are we doing, Niptura?
Very well indeed. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. I'll save that for later. But for now, yeah, we're looking very good. Excited for the finals. We all dressed up for the occasion. We are ready to go.
Yeah. With that said, looking at the teams, I know that Niptura, you really want to jump in on Godlike because this team came out of nowhere in Group B and made it straight into the finals.
I mean, out of nowhere is a pretty good description of it. We were not expecting too much simply because of the lack of experience compared to the other groups, right? The other players, the other teams, but they performed very, very well. I mean, we had them coming in second in the groups overall, only by 1 point ahead of Aurora, you know, a few points behind Fourth Thrives, who had a big group stage, and the back-to-back wins on Miramar and Rondo over the span of both days was just really, really nice. I really enjoyed how they've been playing. They play more compact, they look for those positions, and in a lobby like this is working out very well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
I feel like a lot of people, especially when it comes to Godlike, are highlighting, you know, they're looking at S-Power, they're looking at Admino. I want to say Some in particular has been doing absolutely fantastic for the entirety of Godlike. So you can see a little bit of a B shot there, them getting ready for this event. But you know what? Godlike is one of the many teams that are going to be here trying to compete for that trophy this weekend. But you know what? I feel like we need an extra analyst possibly to join the desk right here. But we have to summon him.
Oh, yes.
Niptro, so you ready? 3, 2, 1. Vitality. Oh, no. Oh, didn't work. Okay, wait.
Okay,
Right, time 2, okay? Wait, we're going to do it one more time.
Yeah.
Vitality! Hey! So Vitality, what are we thinking, Blank?
Hi there, my name's Blank, special reporter coming in for Vitality so far, doing incredibly well. Razy and Razak, my boy Ray, as well as Federalis and Axel, looking fantastic at the moment. I think Axel's been in a huge amount of work, as has Federalis, opening up a completely new style of shotgun play, which looks completely ridiculous in Game 2. But that's my special report for Vitality.
Oh, thanks for the insight. Also, Axel, by the way, the IGL doing some big numbers, especially on that one game against Horror on the beaches west of George Pole. So this team, with how impressive they were in the opening day of their respective group, which was Group B, right, Niptran and Blank, can we see something similar going into this one, Blank, Mr. Vitality?
Ooh, Mr. Vitality. Yeah, I do think that Vitality is going to do very well here. The spiritual successors, of course, but I do think they're going to do very, very well. I think that there's not a player on that team that doesn't look incredibly good at the moment. And the funny thing for me right now, Neptura, is that Razy and Razak aren't particularly the guys that are stepping up their heat, despite so much talk about them.
आवाज आ रही है ना?
आ सकता है क्या? That's the most promising.
क्या आ सकता है?
Absolutely, I think if you look at any of the stronger teams in
copyright क्यों आएगा जब permission है तो bro? Copyright क्यों आएगा?
Very aggressive.
Like कर दो सब लोग stream को.
Their various roles, right? You don't have just one or
चिराग
two.
की chat.
It's very, very nice to see that come through for them.
चिराग की chat.
Yeah, it's very, very strong looking, and also the fact that they can get so many wins. We were talking about that in the group stage, right?
किधर
We
जाएगा?
get so many of those wins. It makes it interesting for that smash rule that we actually could have a lot of hope for this team to actually come through the pressure and get that win.
Yeah, it's very nice that like Fourth Rise, they can actually get wins, because if they do get in contention for the smash ruling and the trophy, actually that could put them in a really good contention to be crowned your PMWC 2026 champions.
Yes.
Now, we already talked about one of the Indian teams. I think it's time to
Guys,
focus on the other Indian team,
which
is going to be Orangutan, Niptura. You already talked about them, so Blank, Orangutan, what are we thinking today?
You know what? I think Orangutan, for them, I think right now they're looking very, very good. I think a lot of the emphasis, though, has to be on Aru, though. I got to talk to him a fair few times this event. Lovely
Survival
guy,
time
really,
देख रहे हो?
lovely guy. Great chatter. I mean, I talk a lot. I talk a lot, you see. And I think that's sometimes a problem for other people.
20 मिनट से ज़्यादा का है।
Good as me, I could just
भाई ये लोग आगे यहाँ खेलेंगे BGMS में।
He's also bringing a lot of the
तो
guidance
मचा देंगे यार।
Now, there were a couple of moments I think we're actually seeing on screen now. One of those moments, which is a little bit difficult right now for Orangutan. They moved up on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think the rest of the team needs to develop around Aru, essentially.
Yeah, I think Aru's got some great ideas and he's got some great direction. It's just that synergy that has to come through. I think probably there's a little bit of, I don't want to say the word panic, that's a very strong word, but when you are in these high pressure situations, it's your first PMWC, whatever, you are going to go, oh my god, they're everywhere, and you're going to have a little bit of a freak out, and they've really worked on that. They've solved so much of that, and so yeah, it is looking really, really nice for them. So very, very hopeful for this squad to actually do big things here.
Yeah, very hopeful. We'll see how high they can actually rank link up in the finals. But with that said, a final team I'd like to talk about here, which is actually the team I predicted to be the champion. So I'm sorry, guys, but I'm going to go for Team Flash. Team Flash, I think, is a team that has been getting better and better and better every time we see them play. And I feel like now they're at level black where maybe a trophy is in the cards for these guys.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
Wait.
Predicted by Max. Womp womp.
Sorry. So they're going to be in 16th place.
Yeah, probably. To be fair, though, for Flash, I think that they did quite well, all things considered, because last time we saw them
membership दिख तो गई आपकी thank you दिव्या membership लिया आपने hello Steve कैसे हो
what was basically a
welcome to the RUHI PLAYZ only
who were testing a lot of other squads, right, poking
Hi
at them,
Skeleton, how are you?
nipping at
Welcome
their
to the
heels.
stream.
They suddenly play this really passive game. I think some of that aggression's coming back now, and that's good news
Skull
going
कैसा
into
है?
quarterfinals.
Hello Nudi देखो bot को आके पहले hello बोला
I want to see more from them though. I think in the group
दीदू
stage,
वो तो
सबका
नीचे करते और
as a very aggressive forward playing team, and I think in the group stages we didn't see that as much as I was expecting to. I would like to see more of that in the finals. But
Divya ji, thank you so much for becoming our member again. Thank
like
you.
A lot of teams do, they saving it for the finals. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against them. I want to see what they got here today.
They kind of remind me of fourth rights in the sense that every player has that clutch factor, and it's especially
like
interesting they go from PMGC last year to qualifying because of an airdrop on Miramar, barely able to squeak their way into the finals. So now, actually being a team that consistently are able to qualify straight into the finals of these big international events. So Flash, I feel like, could be a big surprise, especially as they picked up the mantle of Deep Xavier earlier this year, right?
Yeah.
Could be.
Could be happening.
Also, last thing, chicken.
Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the booth right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters, Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying Vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show. 7, I do believe we are missing one caster.
We are. Oh, not
DC,
again. Not again. He ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send our special reporter, Calares, who's going to be looking for none other than John Allen.
Here, reporter for PUBG Mobile here at PMWC. An amazing
पर यहाँ से कोई ज़्यादा पटा-पटा बोलना नहीं क्योंकि वहाँ पे
seems
sound
we've
आती है,
let one of our
समझेगा?
commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get... He's on the move! He's on the move!
मेरा channel
Okay,
हो गया
no,
वो
we've
watch
actually got to
party
be able
तो
to try
छोटू
and hide him as quickly as
आपके पास
possible here.
permission नहीं
It
होगी
seems
ना
to be
हमारे पास
hiding.
permission
I'm not
है
exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. This specimen, in fact, actually has
We
a
have permission
microphone
already.
You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually
अरे
right for
ध्रुव
the
एक
commentator
बार
to
में
this
क्यों नहीं
already.
बताता है 50 बार उसको
They
edit
might be
कर
able
नहीं
to
कर रही हूँ
catch him
मैं
here.
edit
They've
रहने दे नहीं
cornered a
दिखाना
little
मुझे
bit. I don't think he's very interested in it,
मैं
but he
बंद ही
might
कर दूंगी
take to
सब
it.
count
Let's
नहीं
see if we can
चाहिए
place down some bait or something like that.
इतना
Some bait
irritate
actually
कर
might
देता
be
है
able
इतनी
to
सारी
work.
चीजें इतनी सारी चीजें
Usually
फिर
chicken
भी
dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here
एक
for
बार में तो
PUBG
बताता नहीं है
Mobile.
कुछ भी
Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment.
John Allen?
It looks... I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like... Oh! Did you see that? Get a close-up of that. Get a close-up of that.
ये क्या चल रहा है
I think they've got him.
ये क्या चल रहा है
Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
As an Australian,
अरे
I would have
वेदांत
thought him a
ये
lot faster.
बीच में बोलता रहता है
I'm just glad we caught him. Okay, this man was on a loose. We weren't able
Kidnapping
to find him
चल रही है
yesterday
hello
during
Harsh
the
how are
day
you
off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players, 7.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
घोड़े ले चलिए एकदम से हाँ मान्या है तो वही कर सकता है मान्या तो अन्य खतरनाक है Hi Jim Jam, how are you? Welcome to the stream. कैसे हो Jim Jam? Let's go.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage. We saw it in the survival stage.
इतना
This team
support
are here
यार
for a reason,
टीम
and
इंडिया के
every
लिए तो
single
करना
one of
पड़ेगा.
them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the Gidia City grid, starting with ERL.
Oof!
ये अरीना है ये. फ्यूरिया. ये तो समट की फेवरेट है. ये अरीना, हाँ ये आ गई है तो ये तो रॉन्डो में तो ये मचा देती है भाई.
Al-Hula Club Esports.
एक गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं. इंडिया की बारी आ रही है. इंडिया की टियानबा भाई. ये सर्वाइवल स्टेज वाली टीम जा रही है अभी तो.
S2G Esports.
Nigma Galaxy.
Goosebumps. Let's go Team India.
Hora Esports.
Hora. बिल्कुल एकदम इनएक्टिव लग रहे हैं लोग. S2G ने फुल ट्रोल कर दिया है. एस है. Oh, let's go. I'm like,
Aurora Gaming.
शेर. शेरी.
EDA Esports.
Orangutan.
Woo! Orangutan. भाई ये लोग क्लैश व्लैश ना करे भाई. इसमें वो क्या बोलते स्मैश रूल भी मेरे को बाद में समझ आया कि क्या सीन है स्मैश रूल का. किसी को पता है स्मैश रूल क्या होता है?
And finally, 4 Thrives Esports.
Let's go. आज करण तेरी फेवरेट है अरोरा.
We can't emphasize enough the importance of
there's
the next
Rohit.
3 days. On
Hi,
Sunday,
Johnny.
we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no
Clash
room
ना
for
हो, बस
mistake.
clash
If you
ना
want
हो.
to be the best team in the world, you need
आपस
to
में
prove
मरते हुए
it
ना
from
देख
the
पाऊंगी मैं
very
इनको.
first day. The PMWC
यस सेकंड डे पर जो जो टॉप पर है
starts right now.
थर्ड डे पर चिकन से टूर्नामेंट हो जाएगी. हाँ वही है. 10+ पॉइंट बढ़ा दिए जाते हैं ना उसके जो टॉप पे रहता है. इनकी फाइट नहीं देखी जाएगी हमसे सही में.
Players from all corners of the world laser focused on one thing, the title of PMWC champion. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this
ओके
dream
स्मैश
alive.
रूल जो मैंने मतलब मुझे पता है. मैंने मेजी से सुना था कि स्मैश रूल ये है कि 12 मैचेस के बाद में जो टॉप पे टीम रहेगी उसके जो पॉइंट्स होंगे उसमें 10 पॉइंट्स ऐड कर दिए जाएंगे. एंड थर्ड डे पे जो भी टीम उस रिकॉर्ड को ब्रेक करेगी और चिकन करेगी तो वो विनर टीम हो जाएगी. हेलो जी भैया.
Put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the elims and burn yourself down to the ground. What a shutdown. 100
एक सेकंड रुको पर मैं पूछती हूँ. भाभी गैस मंगाया था क्या? गैस चाहिए था क्या? नहीं ना. अभी तो उन्होंने उनको किसने बुलाया था?
Are you kidding
Hello?
me? What a
finish. It's
मैंने तो ऑर्डर नहीं किया फिलहाल
power is just insane. He's been throwing
देते
heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple
पार्टी
of
होगी
players
गैस आ गया नहीं मैंने ऑर्डर नहीं किया किसी और का शायद से नमस्कार हेलो रोहित कैसे हो क्या हाल चाल है HP की नहीं यूज करती गैस वेस W मान्या भाई मान्या ने तो बढ़िया कराया था भाई
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces saying, make some noise, Paris. It's
S power हमेशा
to shine.
See on Rondo, it is madness in the Ox Factory. A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding one and
3 दिन से लाइव देख रहा हूँ हाँ रोहित थैंक यू means a lot
Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the
Guys,
side.
ऐसा घबराहट सी नहीं हो रही हीलियम की
The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru still going strong. A Thankyou underneath.
Thankyou ने तो मस्त आतंक मचाया था bro.
He's whipping the shot.
Confidence हो अच्छा confident हो.
They will hit the last shot. India grabs the.
देखो दोनों टीम में से कोई भी डोमिनेट करते मेरे तो बस मजे हैं. करेंगे अपन डोमिनेट करेंगे भाई करेंगे डरो नहीं कॉन्फिडेंस रखो ध्रुव की जैसे डरने का नहीं रे दोनों हाँ मतलब जीतेगी तो एक ही ना दोनों में से दोनों डोमिनेट कर दे बस नक्शु भाभी इसको इधर आने मत देना मैं बता रही हूँ ले जा इसको दरवाजा बंद कर दे
but it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best returns to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality.
I'm slouching, but hopefully the players aren't, because this is a day, right? Day one always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress. Because we saw that come through in survival stage.
Yeah.
Teams were sweating.
Bobby late क्यों उठा रही है इसका?
In their boots.
बंद कर दो दरवाजा.
We're get boots on the ground over on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's going to grab that gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to E-Arena? Maybe not the same. Because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even further. Hey man, there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live from the Qiddiya City grid at PMWC.
एक मैं मैप ओपन कर लेती हूँ ना मैप स्ट्रीम
26. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
Never going to be the same here at this rate. With Yangon being Yangon, it is time to crown a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Playing path is in the air for day one of finals. Match one, Rondo. Let's get it started.
Energy in the arena already. It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you as we get our playing path on board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there.
Let's go, guys. W कर दो एक बार टीम इंडिया के लिए भाई W कर दो OG Godlike के लिए.
In their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together, a big hodgepodge of talent. They're going to be stepping over each other, Blanks.
I mean, they will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly. As soon as these players start dropping in. E-Arena here, though, teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res beacon positions. Now, if you are remembering our game versus Alpha 7 just the other day, Survival stage day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but the arena made their lives extremely difficult. But it wasn't just them.
Hello, Salt and Soul, it's mystery. Hi, Dhwanit, how are you? Welcome, Radhe Radhe.
As the fights do open up towards Yulin.
Sheep ये उल्टा ही बोलेगा बदतमीज शुभ शुभ बोलो drop clash तो नहीं है
how much aggression is going to come out
ध्यान की fight हो रही
see
है
that opening knock from the side of Four Thrives as Razy on Vitality starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players on Orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tiamba in a matter of seconds here, Blank.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right and center. Milu up to 4, QZZ on 2. 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47. That is an incredible result already for Tiamba, and they should be able to get the easy res peak, and they've already cleared out most of the damn teams in that position.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage, and again delivering early into Rondo. Orangutan being forced out as well as Hora look to try and claim a few more points for themselves. 3 points for Hora, 3 in the back pocket for Nonshin Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Oh my days, I mean, just coming through, Milu was just slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entirety of Four Thrives there, left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
Start as you mean to proceed, it seems, then, for Tiamba on today's games. Sleepy taking the clash back over to Zizzy there from Nonshin. Going to be able to force him out early.
Nice.
Oh, that's a great lineup, bud. Lord coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got to chat with him for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what Ulf kind of lacked a little bit of. But for their Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams, but Lost moves up and already is down. It's Kamikaze, the man with it all to give. One nade, one dream.
Ooh.
Good damn.
Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the peak. Oh, wow. Lord trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro, though, with the shotty and absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
Good stuff there. Solkay, at least at distance, is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered for that place. Can hold a lot of teams late game. Eren now coming against Win. Barest amount of HP, but at distance, it's Milu.
Jim, thank you so much for the becoming a member. Thank you.
Probably after this.
Machari is starting. अरे टियान तो खेल रही है.
This is the dream start for Tiamba.
And survival state में
Milu, the fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, mate, he was just popping off back in the games we've seen previously. If he feeds the hot hand and can keep this going throughout the whole day, good luck.
It's the buffer that we were talking about. And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the Lucky Spin, which you can join in with us in-game right now for the 2026 PMWC, for the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you can see on screen regularly in-game. Make sure to try your chances, just like QZZ, and this spray down with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
Unreal reactions as well.
Slow start
Coming out swinging today. We know mechanically they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. And hey man, that's the way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact if you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo, the extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground, it's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tiamba are doing just that.
Again, for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times. Milu making that 1v4 look real easy. I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in. They're just pushing a little bit further there. We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash Ruler this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win technically Game 2, but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that smash ruling. So we are looking for more similar result to 4 Thrives as well as Vitality in terms of how far they sent themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
Tell me no more.
Yeah, we'll be a fun storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that'll be. And really, if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them. That's one for the future, though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. 2 sides that you touched on there, though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Thrives. They were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Yeah, Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assume to be our best 10 teams forward there. Yeah. Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong, and for them, it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel.
It's crazy. 9 finishes
Absolutely wild. The speed at which he was like
split hai. But वहाँ कितनी teams हैं यार और like क्या आसपास
देखो ना. Thinking about it, technically.
It feels like it is, especially when you then factor in, by the way, we had the one clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted in a winning free list to go against the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Just full-on butcher blade coming out from Elu, chopping everyone to bits. Crazy.
Love to see it. Circle goes over towards that northern side. A bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake. Definitely possible to go for, but you get caught out on the bridges coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie. Also, there will be teams playing around that spot, trying to hold teams out. Orangutan, though, nice rotate on the north side. Will be able to get them further into the circle. Tiamba Vitality on the back foot here, as well as Ulf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they've realized because they're so far down towards the south, likely better just try and clear their back angles and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or the east side later on.
Oh, fighter is आधी हो जाएगी. Let's go. It's God.
Love to play towards in a final circle. But let's see if they can win out versus Orangutan straight through the door. And it's easy clean-up on the opening 2 players. Aaron Wisgard down in a matter of seconds. Back down to a duo once again.
4 Thrives takes down Thankyou there as well. Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, AKOP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this, actually, Jackie. I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake, like I said before. You get a res off there, teams know it's happening, they will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side, and it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Yeah, thankfully he's got just enough time. Pulls slightly further out as well, hedges his bets. He goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with, Razy. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report on Vitality. Razak and Razy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them's bringing the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shootout. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federalis. I mean, Axel really astonished me. Because there had been so much talk about Razy and Razak, and Federalis has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile, but Axel was just swinging and not missing. So that's what gives me a lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Taking a look at Godlike, though. They're over towards that center side. I think Godlike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they've been making little adaptations here and there, figuring things out as they go along. But genuinely, overall, we're impressive. We're impressive. They were second best inside of their group, only beat out by Vitality. And to be fair play, I mean, fair play.
Vitality really did get in there, mate. You got a little crunch down the zone here as well, pulling further down. Couple big names amongst the dead
मैंने बोला था रिकॉल है इसका आरू का रिकॉल था क्योंकि आरू ने तीनों को रिकॉल दिया था तो आरू बाकी था ये शीप इतनी गलत इंफॉर्मेशन देता है
Aurora, they just seem to have this capability to choke in the finals.
हाँ और क्या जो रिकॉल दिया था जिस बंदे ने उसका रिकॉल तो बाकी होगा ना
Every single player on the team has greatness inside of them. It just seems to dwindle
दो बंदे हैं at least
once we get to a final.
Let's go.
And we've been asking for that not to be the case for the longest time. And to get to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals is like that's already a big achievement. Reefus though opening up over towards Yasser from Alula. Tiamba's cut out on that eastern edge. Now, there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle as well. Staying over towards that northeast side, we keep it open on the outer edges, slopes down into it. So if you are here really kind of swing past here, they also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but Fourth Rise have beaten them to the punch here down towards their southwest from Stadium.
हाँ Aurora को Alula बोल रहा था
Excited to see what the form of Fury is going to be looking like in a final situation again as well.
Aurora.
They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. The communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, just playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays.
Tian के चारों बंदे लाए
हैं.
Aurora के भी सब
We spoke about this big man though, and he's back on our screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's Ulf that aren't too far away.
Eagle and Aching desperate to get some elims on board, I mean, man. Every single one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys out the fighters on side. Aching.
ULF survival से आई है ULA survival से आई है
Eagle very very good at playing that anchor
40 तो starting में ही आ गई थी
generally is the last player to go down, plays that survivalist very well for them as well. But yeah, you're right, Furia looking good. Igor's I think was a big surprise.
Yeah,
they've got big names on that team like Chief, Ayala, Silence also
doing
a lot of good work. But yeah, Igor's was just really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting in towards
क्या लगता है सर्कल किधर बनेगा क्या लगता है
later circles
क्या लगता है सर्कल बन गया गॉडल पे गॉडल सर्कल के अंदर है पर सेंटर में नहीं है यार
comfortable to play in
पर एक
swinging from apartment to apartment is not always easy, and there's a lot of difficult windows and little places to pitch nades in. We can't quite get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play out. It's a little bit of a passive game going towards the end, but you do have to get
let's go.
See over on the side of the stage, the Nick the Galaxy fans getting quite excited.
Meanwhile,
amongst the battleground, it's S2G that feel the hammer crash down on top of them.
Seconds में wipe कर देते हैं
the hero of Hyunbin starting it out well. And only one man in last, forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive as he breezes out of action. There's Aurora as well, clashing against Eden.
I mean, Eden tried to get in on the northeast side. At this point, a little bit too late. They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Jaltin's still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play, you do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is.
अरे मोहित HD में ये stream करती हूँ, तुम्हारा नेट का problem होगा.
A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more fortunate.
ये 40 की फाइट चालू है। दो बंदे नॉक है।
Yeah, this is risky, bro. IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them, dancing around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done to 4 Frieds. This would be a hellish way to go down. And that's how they fall
S2G का भी एक ही बंदा बाकी है।
The arena down back on ball with Tiamba. Milu finding the first as per usual. Scarface desperate against it, but he's just pushing up. Aching will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad for Ulf. And Tiamba puts up more points. Milu on a fat 7 so far.
It's not going to stop either. They want even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one. Aaron had to tuck his tail and
OG ने बढ़िया
bolt it.
कंपाउंड लिया है क्या? हाँ, OG तो बढ़िया सर्कल के अंदर है बस।
His head down.
और लाइक के बाद सभी कोई नहीं है। S2G lost बंदा वहाँ पे गया खाली।
Towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him, like.
Milu is just out of control this game.
आरू ने दिया नॉक किसी को। Nice आरू, nice, nice.
Some damage here. I'm kind of curious from where. One of his Fury are actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them. Aaron not letting up. Just about press over the top of that ridge side. They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines. They make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play. Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been tossing a couple of curveballs at one another.
क्या glitch है?
Well, everyone does find Eagle.
क्या glitch है?
Goodness me, still being a nuisance on that east side.
जगह तो सही मिल गई है।
He's thinking you want to try and ruin this for us on
Kriga
game
के लिए
1?
भाई।
Well, at
एस
least make it
पावर मानना करो
uncomfortable.
कुछ ले लो
Force out
Kriga
the
के लिए।
utility, see what he can scrap
4 बंदे
through
चढ़ के
onto
ले
them.
लो। वरना NS से फाइट होगी।
Can't really make a move towards that recall. The zone coming in, and that's going to really crunch up away from all of them. Still dead center for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here.
Tian के 12 finishes
As I
हो
said
गए
before, it does give them that capability to move out over towards that northeast side of Knees B, but they also can crunch every single team on that western side. There was one player left remaining from Ida. It is Darkin. He is over on the eastern side of Jiaotin, just hanging out for the time being, but that does kind of save grace for Vitality, because they'll hear the shots immediately if someone tries to rock up over towards Darkin, just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Replay here for Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction speed. He is quick with it.
It was quick and on a disgusting angle as well, so good plays. Oh, Federales, no one clears it!
Hello,
He doesn't get the playoff!
ओह Tian ने उसके मार दिया भाई। तो जोन में नहीं थे।
What's gone on there?
This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have practically mostly lived it. Only QZZ goes down. I don't know how Tiamba is here. They immediately scarpered from that south side, and they took the most bold push. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. And I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from Ulf goes down. They fall second into our first game. Milu priming the nades. Oh,
nice. Good nade from them. Hits it back. Axel and Razak still up and kicking. That nade looked dangerous. Milu's down, tries to crawl his way back in towards the smoke to mask his presence here. QZZ still alive. Last of a player up, probably the one you want to see as well here for Tiamba. 14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality's gonna let it happen.
Oh, mate. He's going to get it in. The Rez is going to get him back up. The insane bit was as well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the back line that got that initial knockback over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back.
We're just going for it.
Tackle, good night! Good night!
1v2 कर दिया भाई। Nice, यार ये दो बंदे भी खतरनाक हैं.
He's like, I've run out of grenades. You see so many players just step back and be like, that's it then. But he's like, if I can't do it with a nade, I'm just facing. I'm fully facing. Now they're pushing on the sidelines.
आवाज कम आ रही होगी इसकी तेज आवाज.
2 versus 4 here. It's a tough one. The opening grenade is not good, but Reflex is taking a ton of damage. Top bullet finds at least find QCZ, and it seems like Milu will also go down. But 16 eliminations.
Oh, इस पावर ने नॉक दिया. मैंने बोला था फ्री का किल है वो गया. Nice, एक किल आया.
Sure you can hear that.
W power, W रे W.
Of the arena here in Paris lighting up. A spectacle to start.
इधर ये लोग फाइट ले रहे हैं. मुझे लगता है गॉड लाइक के लिए थोड़ा अच्छा रहेगा.
Now out of the running. Let's see if anyone else can try and mirror their success with what remains.
Flash moving over towards Aura. He's on the south side. They're kind of fighting for nothing on this one as well because they need to leave.
OG को निकलने को वो नहीं मिल रहा है. कितनी फाइट हो रही है?
Jiggle.
इनकी फाइट हो रही है. OG थर्ड पार्टी करके किल ले सकती है क्या? Oh no, he's hurt me. No, S power. अच्छा. अरे shit. S power इन्हों को मार दिया उसने.
God damn. Shotgun straight to the cranium.
ले सौम्य को पीछे से पड़ गई. क्या कर रहे?
Back upon from Schweppes in the distance as well. Gets an angle onto it.
This
is looking tiresome for both teams. I mean, non-shit down to just the duo. Godlike with only one man left remaining. And Alula, they've seen the blood in the water. They want to see if they can roam over. They smell potential points here.
Why not? Honestly, grab them where you can. Alula sends up Yasser. Nongshim Red Force has not got the reset online at all. Still priming nades upstairs. There's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily, that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down. What are we doing?
This is nutty out there. Tried to drop off the top of the raft, spamming the shots. It's all gone.
I feel like Tizzy just panicked.
I think so.
You just get the reses, drop the smokes, get the reses. They missed the first molly. At least challenge the res. Goodness me, man, you're going to go down to a perfectly placed Molotov here from Alula. I mean, hats off to these guys. They currently control the entirety of the northern side to themselves. Irina looking to put up another good point here. Aurora playing with our hearts right now. Opening up with maybe a gargantuan game.
कोई ना OG के दो बंदे लाइव हैं अभी. OG ने नॉक दिया फ्लैश को. एक OP फिनिश कर दो. फिनिश. नाइस. एक और नॉक दिया भाई. W आरो. आरी लिख रहा तू. आरो ने नॉक ले लिया.
Thankfully for them, a little bit of deployable cover will make all the difference. Turney K in the back trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the Elim feed, you can see Doc's doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. And blank, it was 16 for Tiamba, but Aurora now on 14 Elims. They might be able to lap them.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Refus again does find Aru, leaving AKOP inside. Will be able to grab win. Actually didn't even grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside. Has to move soon. Might just end up denying the point here. Refus spraying in. Has 217 bullets as well. So they have had a lot of loot crates to pursue it.
लोगों ने फिनिश नहीं हो पाए. कोई भी किल नहीं मिल पाया.
Akop just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially, because if he goes running in there, that's just
मीनू के साथ कोई और रहता तो वहाँ पे फिनिश भी हो जाते हैं और रिवाइव भी हो जाते हैं. मतलब एक ही बंदा तो बचा था वहाँ पे. मार देते. सौम्य भी नहीं था वहाँ पे. मान्या भी नहीं था.
He's mistimed it.
अरे यार वो प्ले जोन से मरेगा.
Unfortunate.
कोई नहीं किल नहीं दिया.
The angle was bad for him.
एंटी गाइस एंटी कर दो. गॉड लाइक का वहाँ पे वही सीन हुआ. अगर एक बंदा भी होता तो हो जाता.
Maybe he would have ranked up over Irina here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. Turney K not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive this tournament for a team that was kind of down on their look last year. I don't think a lot of people had high hopes for this squad. EWC looking fairly decent. Like a lot of work's been going on for this squad. A lot of practice in the meantime. But Nickel Galaxy up in top 3. A rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points. I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
going to be King Cooper for this team,
bro. Zone bhi hai, zone
Wearing
mein bhi
that
hai,
crown with some of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down on the off-angle peek behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering.
बच्चे कहाँ हैं? उनने खत्म ही है.
The bullets and they fall. Huge step up from Enigma
Furia का एक
Galaxy.
बंदा
And
बाकी है
enough time
खाली.
to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo player from Furia, he got just trapped in the ditch between our two teams that are going to scrap for the dinner. And Top finds that one for an extra elim.
4v4 चल रहा है. 4v4 है guys. 4v4 है. Let's go. देखते हैं. Aurora या फिर NGX. Aurora और NGX. बताओ predict करो. Predict करो.
Has a little bit of hard cover here, but it is outside the zone. Gonna wrap back, but at least got the info on side. Coops tries to hit the shot.
Predict करो. Predict.
Go for another as he passes on by.
देखते हैं किसका prediction सही होता है. Let's go.
Coops is a really big deal. Not just on his own though. It's the fact that Lord has someone to play off.
Yeah.
Lord is also a very aggressive player, but Ralph and Satan, they like to take it slow, and that's great. And it works out, but you do need someone else to move forward and bank off of one another. So for Enigma Galaxy, I do think this is
Aurora के पास
right now for them.
70.
Joel will move forward into the smoke line. 17
finishes देख रहे हो? 17 finishes है.
A teaser potentially from Aurora, and we'll hold our breath for it. Oh, nice. Just
ले भाई knock ले NGX. One NGX
times from Joel. The shrapnel hitting hard.
भाई बहुत unpredicted होते हैं भाई international lobby बहुत unpredicted है.
Wants to get it behind the cover flare barely, but they bait him.
कैसे भी मार देते हैं लोग. 2v4 भी कर देते हैं. 2v8 भी कर.
Could be good.
2v4b, 2v3b.
Quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted, discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefus. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game.
Open to दोनों के लिए है,
bro. A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Yeah, Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the backside. That's half his HP gone. The vehicle detonates in front of him. One Blessing has got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
Still the 4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that. Coops and Lord, though, deadly duo. Prime at the 2 nades. Doc is up front. Is this the dockening once again? Takes 2 nades. Just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming, and I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward into the smoke. Let's swing back, but one player goes down the back lines. It is top, and now Aurora's down to 2. Enigma Galaxy is making this happen.
Leo NGX ले
जाएगी पक्का. Right now. They want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game 1 as 2 of Aurora's players buckle under the pressure. Ruthless falls. It's all down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the peak as he hits Lord heavy, but he's gone. Cut short. The Aurora is gone.
That is insane. That is insane.
NGX.
I got to eat my words on that one as well. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, what a good
WNGX. Ruhi, मैंने बोला था NGX. हाँ, NGX ले गए भाई. खाना पड़ेगा.
The crazy thing is, it was probably the most fitting head-to-head of 2 teams we could have.
Yeah.
अगला मैच चिकन करेगी Godlike या OG. इंडिया टीम चिकन करेगी. और उन्होंने हक दिया हाँ. अगला चिकन डिनर OG या Godlike करेगी.
Bro, just absolutely come alive on that one.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Actually wonderful stuff. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well, though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end. Trying to pull yourself out of this building. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Pagasi also has the high ground. They set up well on this one.
अभी रोंडो कभी-कभी बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है.
Again, Lord and Coops, though. That is a great duo. We're seeing a lot of fantastic duos be born here over at EWC.
अगर राउंड अच्छा नहीं होता तो वहाँ पे वो लोग
फाइनल्स
में कैसे होते?
You can see him enjoying it as well. Ralph enjoying the celebration from the fans behind them there. Everyone in the arena popping off with Enigma Galaxy taking game 1. Stay tuned for even more.
है ना? भाई लेकिन गॉड लाइक का तो थोड़ा सा थ्रो हुआ है, नो डाउट। गॉड लाइक का अगर एक बंदा होता वहां पे तो वो किल भी हमारे थे और बंदे भी, हमारी टीम भी बच जाती, है ना? क्या बोलते हो? ओ जी हाँ, चिकन करना तो थोड़ा मुश्किल रहता है क्योंकि टीम्स बहुत खतरनाक है। चिकन तो मैं नहीं बोल सकती हूँ, पर वो वाली फाइट बहुत गलत ही गई है, मतलब वो एक बंदा भी अगर होता वहां पे तो। उदय मारूंगी, बाद में देख लेना। करण एंटी नेशनल चुप रहे, एंटी नेशनल चुप रहे, मुंह बंद रख। अगला मैच गॉर्डल या ओजी में से जाएगा किसी का। अच्छा वरुण, OG consistent average points, Gordon full of high and most flaws. इस मैच में OG के पॉइंट्स 0 थे। हाँ, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिले होंगे शायद। वरुण की प्रेडिक्शन है 17 मैचेस में इंडिया चिकन करेगी 5। ऐसा वरुण है। ओजी के 2 पॉइंट्स हैं। क्या बोल रहा है सुने?
And this was a survival stage, but I think Tian
net
got the momentum, and
let's go,
the
boys.
top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there.
Yeah.
And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand final also. But I'm hoping for Tianba to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you make of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question. Since
we've
we've
got
got
two
fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe Espoir, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Admina. Who would you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru insists because he's a good IG.
Aru
what do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's fair?
I don't know. I just work.
All right, so kind of final thoughts, final kind of look at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Nick Galaxy won, congratulations, Nick Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Nick Galaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm. Yeah, see that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the fight into E-Arena, hoping Al-Ula would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but it's how it worked out in the end. And because of that fight in particular, they get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
Place, and we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby. As 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I did not we came out of that survival. It's just not. I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And it's just a crazy storyline from them from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Team Garden. Horror coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tin Garden. And Eagle instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Horror. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Nick Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well.
मेरे से पहले रूम में जीतना सीख करन. Hello Shanawaz, welcome to this stream. पहले oh guys हाँ.
And no surprise here.
Shanawaz जी party. बता दूँ क्या सबको Shanawaz जी बता दूँ क्या आपकी.
He is. You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to
stream
better.
को like कर देना भाई 100 likes कर दो यार.
16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So,
you know how you just had some notes and it was just Coops, just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ, that 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, some really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Mila that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage champion? Are we going to get survival stage champion? Clearly, with this opening performance 7, it is survival stage champion.
अगर आप मुझे पार्टी देके मेरा मुंह बंद कर सकते हैं वैसे नहीं बताऊंगी
looking really happy. If you're a full-price fan, fourth prize, it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game. The PMWC at EWC 26 finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great breakdown there. Recap of what we saw on our screens live in game 1 of Rondo.
हाँ वही मैं कह रही हूँ मेरे को आज वॉच पार्टी है कम ऑन यार कॉफी डिजर्व करती हूँ आज ऐसा
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris.
तो आप थोड़ा सपोर्ट चाहिए
all their teams. I mean the Nick McGallagher crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Nick
ये अपनों को सपोर्ट नहीं करते हैं करण ये बाहर वालों की उल्टा इंसान है उल्टा पैदा हुआ है.
Mad props the Coops. First of all,
Let's go, match start होने को है. Let's go.
Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bang. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Igor once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right?
Hello, Shubham.
Position to be left.
Oh, thank you.
They'd still squeeze
guys,
some extra points
stream को like कर दो यार सब लोग,
so
please.
it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the
Rock
standings,
clash
but like
नहीं
we
होगा
touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal.
क्या लगता होगा क्या?
Opening playing path established here. Whole way down the
तभी तो आया हूँ इधर. करण,
on that
thank
east
you.
side, yes.
Okay, Karan, thank you.
Opening here for teams to move into. Gakra a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, as well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards Stalbert on that eastern side. You have a lot of position to loot. Most of the time, you're not having a second team come over here. So it's just a really good position to get set up in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about them too much at the end of that game. But there is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just
Hello, Harshdeep ji, how are you? Welcome to this stream.
Central compound when we're playing Edge, I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims already, and they just go, I like
the circle, देख लो circle.
I'll be
पर godlike OG. Oh, एक second, drop clash.
Starting off one of these. This has been a consistent
godlike OG के लिए ऐसा ठीक है.
Very similar to this on our start.
एकदम.
Obviously a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stalber with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed as well, so it is going to be a long rotation. Right, that might end up, or probably will end up creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them.
Maro.
Loving life. You know, they get down towards Ferry Pier, the yellow's on the eastern side, there's no one around here, it's chilled out, it's peaceful. You can get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into Zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. It could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, the last game, first time I've seen Satan smile this tournament, by the way. Even when they win, he usually looks like something's gone wrong.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chuffed to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles, but Nigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going, though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That'll be a nice, I suppose, a litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida, these guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time, most teams would understand that. You don't want to place yourself between those two squads, or those two buildings. They're very popular in that location on Rondo. But I don't think Ida had done badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments, some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the game. So they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
S-Power, let's go. S-Power अकेला है यहाँ पे.
Obviously, we touched on Vitality going down kind of early into that one. Two other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now would be both 4-5s and Godlike. Two teams that have got so much firepower, even just individuals as well. Yeah. Falak gets some of that old 4 back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him on it. They're ready to go. He's got a little shy smile on him as well. Quite like
it's cheeky.
It is cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial bits of information, where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. All of your team to be happy. Though I am kind of worried about Godlike and Orion.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with the there is a tremendous amount weighing down on them right now, being in such a prestigious finals versus some really damn good squads. I'm hoping they could probably get back into the run of it, like by match 3 potentially. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen. They got far into that late game. Still that aggression in play. I like to see it. But maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that form on the go.
Exactly.
You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the ball is the hype. They're getting excited because 4-5s have made the play. That's IQ with an opening takedown. But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area, Blank. Sure, with the noise-cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. I don't like that, though, from Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and be like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting, try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone, slingshot them across, and it's like, well, we know there's someone across there though, but you also just lost a player. Like, it's so early into the game, could have even just waited for zone 2. I'm curious to see what the analyst has to say about that.
Jim, थोड़ा कंटिन्यू हो जाओ फिर उसके बाद में
EWC, PMWC potential.
ये बोल रहे हैं charge.
Yeah, the trade of it. One player's life, one of your squad mates for an information play. Economically, it's not the best trade on it. especially if we see him get a good run out of this game. Goes down to an awkward fight. One player of difference, Bank.
ये क्या चल रहा है? मार के दे
now where it's down towards the eastern side. Fourth Rhymes knows that.
गार्डन में चल रहे हैं क्या?
This is prime time to go for bridge camps.
Yeah.
Like if this circle was further over towards the northwest,
कितना शोर आ रहा है इनके पीछे
but I think
से.
this one, your Aurora, it shouldn't be a case of, oh, let's check if there's someone there. You should just know.
Devil's in the details. And it paints a very pretty picture here for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players alive in game 2 to kick us off. Flash also having 1 player knocked here. Zone crunching in.
God-like center में. Sorry, God-like circle में है और OG नहीं है.
Very, very awkward on these types of circles, and it can center up around bridge.
पर मुझे लगता है last circle बनेगा bridge वाला area.
This really could go back over towards Sosnovka way. I'm sort of expecting it to.
अभी कोई किसी से fight नहीं ले रहा भाई.
But for Aurora, they're stuck now. As are
OG और God-like में ज़्यादा फर्क है नहीं. 2 points पे
take an eastern crossing, or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge? It cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Stolber quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest of the pack, everyone else attempting to forge a path into the zone, knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water and that bridge dividing either team from each other. Only 2 squads on the island
कैसे
right
बिठा
now.
के ले गया instant 1 second के अंदर.
We've got E-Arena on screen now. This is the POV
Hi
of Joker.
Hey Dipankar, how are you?
Tiamba though, taking the scrap towards OG.
अच्छा करण दिख जाए. अरे नहीं.
Trying to stay behind the trees, bro. Luckily still alive.
Yeah, great zigzag.
बच गया भाई, बच गया.
Dodge there for a second. He was very close to going down. AKOP actually
अरे
challenging
नहीं,
this. Has been making a name for the DBS.
मार दिया था
Right? There's a lot of nerfs that came through. S12K became the more popularized weapon. Despite that, though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades with it.
सामने ये भाई जोन भी नहीं करें, इनके वजह से पुश करना ही था.
Seems like the Horror fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying. Haru. Oh, going back in. Let's see what
nice
he can
knock,
do with
nice
the
knock,
DBS.
finish.
Wants
बढ़िया
to
बढ़िया
use the
बढ़िया बढ़िया
DBS.
बढ़िया.
Start close and personal onto Schweitz with
अरे
the
नहीं यार.
Not ideal for his teammates though, as Joker strikes with a shotgun and Turney K outside twists the knife. Another one falls. An orangutan, it all goes down to just Aru. Trapped behind the bike sheds and laid out by E-Arena.
E-Arena able to remove them. Stepped up to the plate, but not worthy to sit around here with E-Arena. Unfortunately, some good shots to the start there, but started to crumble slightly. Turney K came in like a demon though.
और कोई ऑप्शन था क्या? मेरे हिसाब से
was
तो
not expecting him to be so up close and personal.
कहीं और होल्ड कर सकते थे क्या? ऐसे 2 टीम थी वहाँ पे हो रहा और ये बताओ.
Fourth Rives mirroring them over towards the eastern side. We are close towards our next circle now. Enigma Galaxy making me laugh at the moment, man. They're like, this circle looks horrendous.
Gordel हो बचिए भाई, Gordel.
Getting very looted before we think about moving. And we're still on Sosnovka with this one.
डर के खेल रहे हैं क्या?
Fourth Rives looking good. Down towards the southern edge here. Vitality trying to confirm over towards that compound that sits towards the field. I don't think it's a bad idea here. Gives you a lot of control of the Longwoods that sits around this area. Not sure what S2G is doing. I think we've got boats. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it seems like
नहीं Gordel को ये मैच थ्रो नहीं करना चाहिए.
Dream scenario, maybe it's a hovercraft wrap back over to the mainland, grab their teammates, then get involved with the action later. Meanwhile, though, Godlike taking on Tiamba.
Yes, Papa ने knock. Oh, nice, nice.
Suffering a casualty there for the Tiamba
squad. इसने knock लिया भी है. मैंने मिस कर दिया, but
Godlike have received 1 knock onto their roster. This is the establisher. You can see the fight here from the top down. QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Manya very low, but backpedals into safety with cover to play with.
2 बंदे हैं टियान के मार सकते हो कि. बैकअप आ गया क्या उनका? एक ही बंदा तो है बाहर.
Keeping that drawbridge pulled up.
तीनों यही है भाई, तीनों यही है.
Damage here, but he's refusing to move. Manya will reinforce the front gates. actually goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round, understanding the position has been compromised.
थोड़ा fall back कर लिया Chinese ने.
Slowly trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up. Ooh, only gets worse for Aurora as well.
Zone देखा वो
कोई बनाया this was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined though with that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Kamikaze in the hovercraft. That's paid off for them to fight.
Nice Admino, nice Vino.
Interestingly taking the hit over as well to Godlike, so that battle turns into a third party fight.
Go for Godlike there, quick swing around. Take shots over towards Ulf. For them.
भाई kill finish नहीं हो पाते ना इसलिए मुझे ना बहुत kills knock दिए थे यार.
It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka at this point. They have very limited space to work with. Trying to make the cross. S2G, Hamzi at distance will find a shot over towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points is where they'll end. On a single point earned on this one.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
But these guys have been playing the same game.
Hello Ayush.
It's the first time they've been inside the circle since the beginning.
ये English ने दिमाग खराब कर दिया. अरे आयुष
How does their entry
अरे इधर shift हो गया थोड़ा सा.
Yeah, this is kind of unreal. At some point I thought we'd move.
Yeah, we're still here. I mean, Sosnovka's still in as well. I cannot believe this.
Aluna also took another casualty.
ये टियान को मारना जरूरी है भाई. ये टियान बीटी देगी पीछे से. पहले टियान से फाइट. उनकी पोजीशंस वगैरह तो पता ही है. खैर मारेंगे तो.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy might try and trade up. They're just in. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean, I'm glad finally the
Instagram देखना घंटी कुछ भेजा था तुझे.
This is such a wild play from Enigma Galaxy. Coop's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Will slowly careen it back in towards his team. And lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming. Flashes Dashbeth going out. I mean, that's 3 eliminations potential there for them, but they're worried about these sidelines.
Furia भी जिंदा है भाई.
Go on.
ये को मारो भाई. ये मुझे बुरी लग रही है ये. मुझे को दिखा रही है. मारो. और टियान अंदर घुस गई. ये तो डायरेक्टली फाइट ले रही है. मारो ये को मार दो. बेकार टीम.
Looking for an angle here, but Falak with the distance
nice,
shot.
Nice.
Slaps back onto Eagle. A-King gets a little bit high octane as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Mormon's cooking one of his own to bounce down. Godlike getting involved with a fight. That's Manya just outside the window.
Oh, बच गया. मेरे को लगा मारने को पड़ी.
Yeah, good Molotov here, but really good timing from Godlike to move into this one, just leaving A-King alive here for Tiamba. Irina on the upstairs with the 4v2v1. Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through for Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of 2 teams, they're going to open up a lot of space down here. Edmino still at high HP count, but Manya finally does fall here to a nade from Mormon. Tiamba goes down.
टियान को नॉक दे दिया. मतलब फिनिश हो गया.
Oh, straight in with the side. Whoa, the turnaround. Mormon saying feed me more as Godlike charge into him. Quick decision, but
nice
not fast enough on the mantle.
This power को बाहर से
will save it, but at what cost? The only player left alive for the squad.
I mean, Godlike need more men now. They're only down to 1. What a play from Mormon. The speed of
Vitality पीछे से आ गया यार. अरे.
Straight in there, no qualms. Now Vitality, they're up into it. This place has been the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far.
W power, W.
Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
The Vitality a victim from the
एक
top
बंदे पे
4.
4 चढ़ रहे हैं.
Or will they just be signing their death warrants on entry?
उनको बाहर से पड़ गई Vitality को.
A new challenger arrives. It's Hora in the distance as Jiggle
Hora
is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left.
Nade
Sume
कर दे,
still just
Somme.
guarding the stairs with a nade pin pulled. He's going to go down. Razak on a dive around the corner. He wants to punish him with a shot. He will find it.
Really, really good job.
कोई ना
from
कोई
Razak.
ना end.
I think you have to make that play in that
Nice
moment
try,
as well.
Somme, nice
You
try.
hear the pin pull coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for the revive, get some respite in that location.
40 को मारो.
So Razak goes for the risky play to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players to push through the next couple of compounds. They got Aura in front of them and 4 thrives after that. Alula down towards the south side circle, finally moved away. Still a lot of war on this one. Beachhead as well. Ida, as well as Ulf, now going at it. Play from Ulf downstairs is knocked. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. Well, it should be.
Whoa, you run straight into that one. Catching the as Ida try and clap back. Is good damage, but such an awkward setup between both of them. Casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pickup play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG. And denied out by Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy takes that one.
Nongshim could push this pretty quickly. Ulf is not looking too good right now. Vitality flipping into action. They lose a vehicle. Razy and Razak try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally.
क्या बग्गी उड़ा रहे थे?
That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as 4th rise is going to be hard, and eventually you get third pie by
मेरे से ज़्यादा खतरनाक ड्राइविंग नहीं थी
on the north. You send it. Now Ulf is in a very tricky spot. Cut between 2 strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions and shades of the Vitality that we were so impressed by prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the 1 elim they've been able to garner so far. But they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
बेकार सीन चल रहा है OG का. Godel ने तो थोड़ा
Getting a little
try
bit more
किया.
here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in-game as well as the Ninetales
अब
Fury.
real life में से आपको कैसे?
Both looking very cool here.
देख के.
Ulf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one, because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razy, Razak move up, quick shots over towards Souls. He tries to move around the corner. Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm 1. Quick switch around the side.
मेरा ड्राइविंग का कंपटीशन आ
Some of the
गया.
sight lines. As Ulf does go down. Vitality though, they've been hugging the wall so far.
कोई ना.
Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Red Force to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, I did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turns onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shots.
He's got so easy, very low. Nade right on top of him as well, following up from that. Oh, mate. Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
I mean, Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards the wall, create a different angle to deal with. Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. It's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before, getting a little too aggressive without the help of the rest of the team. So easy goes down the back lines as Flash starts to move on through.
Tizzy tries his might. Rapid shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force, but it does leave Vitality slightly weakened. And Flash, they are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
Blue is ushering Vitality forward, swinging in on the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? S2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had 2 hovercrafts in play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure. Lost isn't quite able to get it up though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it. I mean, they're just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
NGX हर बार थोड़ी ना जगह ले जाएगी करण तेरी NGX. चुप रहे.
His teammates taking a fair bit of damage with the added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Lula have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over towards fourth right. The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold. On fire. Get out. Falak.
40.
No fear. Drops them all up top.
Falak ने knock ले लिया है.
Guys, slightly too far.
1 HP पे. ULA की फाइट चालू है. ये भाई कैसे hovercraft चढ़ा रहा है सब पे.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least. As long as there's not any more mistakes. It's damage done on the Soul game, but they do hold on. Shut down Alula.
Vitality का भी फाइट चालू है.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong though, because I mean it is an important fight. It's just interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime as Flash continues to push the advantage. But it is majority of fourth drives doing that damage. Nick Bgis after the strange approach from the early game. Now going out slowly but surely, just Rauf as well as Lord. Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in stage 7. Fourth rights have been weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well on. I don't think I'd put as much pressure on to say this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from Fourth Rise and shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here, no fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch. Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G, after moving in and cleaning out Alula, they head center and they find the final blow there. Goodbye, Enigma Galaxy. S2G stealing points here, there, and everywhere.
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on? Where
ऊपर की सारी टीम
finish him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? He loves it. This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down. Not really any other vehicles. Might need to regroup, pick it back up again. But Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He's planted the flag, the S2G flag. T24 goes down, jiggle around the side.
Sleepy. Top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as Fourth Rise arrives and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shotgun does damage. Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out Four.
Oh, nice for a nice play.
From Hora stands on.
Absolutely not frightened in the slightest as he moves downstairs, pushes up into
पता नहीं क्यों हो रहा है को मैं जानती नहीं बट अंदर से बहुत खुशी हुई
up against the world right now. DPS at distance.
W हो रहा है W हो रहा है.
In the meanwhile, no fear. There's a possibility of winning this if he wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's Flash. Losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish.
जाने वाली है सारी kills हैं उनकी free kills उठा लो.
A horrible spot, tries to get the heal in.
किसका मैच है? किसका मैच है? S2G ओ S2G तो जाने वाली थी भाई, S2G ले सकती है मैच.
This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage. But not that just there yet. Kamikaze keeps
भाई
playing
एक
the
दो
right
बंदे बाकी.
location with the
40 तो
bullets.
गई है, हो रहा है
Covering the
S2G
ground.
और फ्लैश.
Picking
फ्लैश
up
के दो
much.
बंदे बाकी
Soke
हैं,
in the
उसका भी एक बंदा
backlines. What's
नॉक
left
फिनिश हो
out
रहा है.
here? Quite an unfamiliar target. Soke will take down tops. But Kamikaze is out and
दो
we're
बंदे इनके भी
down
नॉक
to
है.
a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
1v1 बचेगा, 1v1.
The outside contender in no fear. Soke
हो रहा
looking
मार
at
देगा
both
भाई, ये
angles.
मार देगा. इसने मारा है, इसने मारा है, इसने एक टीम को मारा है
The battle of
भाई.
the solos
मार देगा.
to decide our second game, chicken dinner.
1v1.
No fear already
हाँ.
picking up
फ्लैश
that
का
big
बंदा है
clutch.
कि
He's
अच्छा
out
उधर है.
up as an individual. Got a rough
बैठा है.
read on where he believes Solke can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt-out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No Fear is.
ओपन में
Hamzy
रहेगा
G
तो
finally
दिक्कत
goes down.
करेगा.
I
उसके
think
पास
No Fear
कवर
has
है.
a rough idea that he's
S2G के
playing
पास
on this
कवर है.
hovercraft, though. He has the
फ्लैश वाला मारेगा
information.
ऐसा. देखते हैं
Both of them.
देखते हैं कौन मारता है.
This would
देखते
be
हैं, let's see.
unbelievable double clutch up versus 4 thrives into the last two teams. Zeus is just pushing forward.
Oh, Flash ने देख लिया.
No Fear. And now Zeus.
Flash ने देख लिया भाई.
Flash who had swept everyone aside. Soke.
वो ओपन में ऐसे लेटा क्यों था? तो पुश करके मारता, 1v1 लेता, कुछ तो करता.
Zeus. The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a second
1v1 है guys,
place, but
1v1 है,
can they take
1v1
it
है,
to first, or
1v1.
will Soke get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in. Wants to
1v1,
close the
1v1.
distance. Seems to be bullets on target. Sweet and solo.
मेरे को लग रहा था भाई. S2G सिर्फ फ्लैश कुछ काम नहीं हुआ. कितने पॉइंट्स आए हैं गॉडल एंड OG के? गॉडल के इस मैच में टोटल 8 पॉइंट्स हुए हैं टोटल अभी. और OG के 3 पॉइंट्स आई गेस या 4 ऐसा 4 पॉइंट्स आई गेस. ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स है नहीं इनके अभी.
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration
S2G
in
ने चिकन कर लिया.
unison as they pop off on that one. S2G.
गॉडल के 8
locking it
पॉइंट्स है
down and
टोटल.
everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name
Flash
because
तो
it is
flash हो गई.
all gonna be okay at the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
Guys, कॉफी पियोगे आप लोग?
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one.
हाँ ना
A
उधर.
smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules blank.
I think the thing for me is
पर स्मैश रूल तो भूले ना कोई.
matches so far, they
कोई
have been
भी
both
जा सकता
electric. I
है.
mean, this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me.
His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything.
Yeah.
I think
हाँ
Horror,
भेज दूँ.
honestly, for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus 4 tries, but you've got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up
Hi,
there.
Nigam
That is
Shah,
an
why you welcome
incredible
to the
finish of
stream.
those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so many teams
हैदराबाद में बारिश हो रहा है
constantly
उधर.
pouring in,
क्या
cycling
बात
out
है?
time
मेरे
and
यहाँ
time
बारिश नहीं हो
again.
रही.
I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you can feel it looks a little bit different with this lobby compared to what we had in isolation.
Oh,
in
ये
groups,
कौन है ऐसे
right?
बैठा?
Yeah.
Everyone's so much more quick to the punch, lot more early contact. And it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much
हो रहा है,
respect for
ये
the
हो
big
रहा
dogs.
है.
Now everyone's playing on the same level.
पर
Feels
हो
like
रहा
we're
को लग
all
रहा
on
था
equal
ले
footing
जाएगी
here.
मैच.
And they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first two games. And I'm here with our winners from game one, of course, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy, to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info.
Lobby भी
but,
वजह
we just played it slow. We took our fights that we need to take, and we just secured the win.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of a Rondo. Not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have a team hot blocking us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know their captain. So we'll see next game what they do.
I was going to say, were you surprised by that? Because it was in the back. We were a little surprised that they were going to come your way, as we've talked about multiple times.
Like the stream go,
your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. And they're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight, so I'm really confused right now.
Roshan.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here,
Oh,
Ralph.
Nigam, thank you for the lassi, samosa, pani puri, सब भेज दो. Jewels भेज दो यार. आयुष तुम पे नहीं पड़े Jewels.
I've had 4 coffees and
Cheers,
I'm yo. Reaction time right now.
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage and this is my reaction time.
Let's get it.
Team Soul form fill कर नहीं सकते थे ना? Team Soul कैसे करती? BMPS का हाल तो देखा ही था. हाँ, ध्रुव खा ले फिर कुछ. ये क्या कर रहे हैं? कॉपीराइट ना है म्यूजिक का. ये तो ध्रुव की तरह लेजी पर्सन. चेस करो ये हो. लो. देख कैसे पड़ा देख. मोटा भाई. निगम जी किधर जा रहे हो आप? सोल है या स्काउट की टीम? पहले मेरी देखो फेवरेट टीम मेरी सोल थी, अभी भी है, बट अब मेरी बाकी टीम्स भी फेवरेट हो गई हैं. जैसे कि ओजी है, अच्छी टीम है यार. मुझे वो डिवाइन गेमिंग टीम का नाम चेंज हो गया ना, वो अच्छी लगती है टीम यार, वो भी अच्छी लगती है. और जैसे कि गॉड लाइक हो गई, जैसे कि एपेक्स गेमिंग अच्छी लगती है. अब तो मुझे सारी टीम्स अच्छी लगती हैं. अब मैं वैसे टॉक्सिक फैन नहीं हूँ, मैं कट्टर फैन नहीं हूँ, मतलब ऐसा हो गया. हाँ, आउटरेज अच्छी हो गई है, तो अब मैं थोड़ा सा न्यूट्रल हो गई हूँ, क्योंकि मैं पहले किसी से मिली नहीं थी. अब मैं सबसे मिल चुकी हूँ. मैं स्काउट से भी मिल चुकी हूँ, मैं काशवी से भी मिल चुकी हूँ, मैं गॉडलाइक वालों से भी मिल चुकी हूँ. घर जा रहे हो? ओके. और मैं सोल वालों से भी मिल चुकी हूँ. तो मेरे को सब वाइल्ड फैंक्स में मेरा दोस्त है सैम, वो भी अच्छा इंसान है, तो मेरे को सब अच्छे लगते हैं. उधर रुक जा, पीट दूंगी तुझे. मेरे को सब सही लगते हैं, अच्छे लगे. और जॉनथन की मुझे एक चीज बहुत अच्छी लगी थी. उसका कोई फैन था जो बहुत दूर से मिलने आया था, जो जनरल बोगी में ट्रैवल करके आया था. उस बंदे ने उसका पूरा टिकट्स का खर्चा उठाया. नक्शु गेट आउट ऑफ माय रूम. जा जाए. हाइट से क्या होता है? थॉर हाइट से किसी की स्किल्स और किसी की चीजें इससे मैटर नहीं करता है. मैटर करता है क्या? आप किसी इंसान को उसकी हाइट की वजह से पसंद करोगे, या उसके नेचर की वजह से, या उसके स्किल्स की वजह से, या वो इंसान कैसा है? थॉर ऐसे तो मैं तो नहीं ऐसे judge
note here while we're on this fight, 4 Thrives are looking, I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened because group stage they were looking really solid, just not able to get that win. Here the splits are kind of off, they're pushing one by one, they're not really communicating it feels like, so the last 2 games I've not been super impressed with them, but hopefully that changes in the next game.
For Thrives, I felt like it took him way too long to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long, and No Fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did. He continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that when No Fear comes up and clutches it up? I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of the list, and to be able to clutch it up like that is just huge. So yeah, unfortunate for 4 Thrives, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than Nox and Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nox and Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard, and now I do want to kind of segue into Furia, into why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams
welcome back.
is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from off. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shoot out the window.
एटीट्यूड नहीं है किसी को मेरे को पिक्चर क्लिक करानी थी लड़कों की भीड़ थी उन्होंने स्पेशली ऐसे बुला के पिक्चर क्लिक करी और ऐसा हॉच पॉच भी नहीं किसी के साथ भी पिक्चर क्लिक कर लेते सबसे हाथ मिला रहा हक कर रहा सबको हर तरीके से वरना लोग जनरल क्राउड में भी नहीं आते हैं
touch and go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3 and they just went, let's go for it. And it's this replay that I want to talk about here, because look how they're going to play this. This is like my job. First of all, yeah. Secondly, look how they
no doubt,
and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They
अगर गेम के वगैरह के लिए बोलो तो मुझे फनी बंदा लगता है चैट में कोई कुछ बोल देता है तुरंत जवाब देना चालू करते हैं
possible with those hovercrafts, and to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode,
exactly.
and
Hi MJ,
and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible, but having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean,
दोस्तों का सर्कल कैरी मिनाटी से लेके इतने सारे दोस्त हैं उसके टिगर इंसान ऐसे थोड़ी ना कमाया उसने दोस्ती निभाई होगी तभी तो उसके दोस्त हैं वो इतने बड़े-बड़े लोग मुझे उसकी मेका स्ट्रीम बहुत फनी लगती थी मैं उसकी मेका स्ट्रीम जरूर देखती हूँ फ्लोर पे पड़ा रहेगा वहीं पे ड्राइंग कर देता है जो चैट बोलेगी यहाँ ड्राइंग कर दो वहीं ड्राइंग कर देता है
being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. You know, I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right? They
just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there. Yeah, because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action, making some serious plays. But hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the
comeback होगा, let's go. Johnny तू कहाँ चला जाता है?
C26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4 Thrives, the passionate that you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did, and also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now, where they're losing at least 1 or 2 of their players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter, and that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG, it is they need their third game. So don't count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you stress. Orangutan in their third match, what they tend to do is actually prioritize just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. Woo! This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here. None other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse. So let's send it over to Maxman in Calaris.
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be very, very serious indeed. But of course, we take a look at how things have gone down
BGMS भी देख रहा मैं अच्छा
and we did have that interview just with Ralph.
Rondo का
also a little bit confused about
6 matches है ना
I saw the hot
ये
drop
मेरा
that
मार के
happened
बाद
on the
शायद
map before this
Rondo
event.
होगा
They're not going to go for it because Nigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born, and yet a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused, and they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my P90, no P90. So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down so far for S2G, but just masterful control of the double hovercraft, some crazy plays, and the send out of Kamikaze to be able to make that work. For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's just a domain expansion double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right
Yeah,
no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm going to have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them. That can't solve like
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4th Thrive's got an angle on him, so he goes down.
5 matches हैं क्या Rondo हो गया
and hopefully getting back up on his 2 feet, but then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this, so you know what, first Durangle, it's fine, but the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our 3rd game of the day is about to get underway.
Guys देखो अगर बीच में लाइट जाती है ठीक है तो मैं इंस्टेंट स्टार्ट कर दूंगी स्ट्रीम ठीक है तो वैसे तो अभी कोई वो लग नहीं रहा लाइट जाएगी एंड ऑल बट स्टिल लेट्स गो मौसम 2 दिन से सही था सही नहीं मतलब ऐसा गर्म था कुछ हो नहीं रहा था बीटी वीटी अब आज जब वॉच पार्टी की बारी है तो बीटी ना थे 3 रेंगल दो मेरा मार रेंगल टाइम
Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice. I think most people can get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on, he was saying
let's go, guys.
The team's very experienced around this area of the map. Should not be going down so early like this.
मैं क्या बोलूं मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि मेरे को ओजी का इतना बुरा हाल देखा नहीं जा रहा
wasn't the case here. Tiamba, they go out early. Then a little bit further down towards the south side of the map on the west.
इसको है तो कुछ
Yeah, you'd hope they'd be able to bounce back from that one here. Obviously, it was a nice start on game 1, but that didn't really translate over. Has meant there was a little bit more fluctuation in the standings. obviously for Tiamba as well. Far quieter. It was 16 eliminations on their opening game of Rondo. Only 2 added to that count. Seemingly still living his movie though in terms of individual plays as he was popping off on Rondo. It was a big piece of the team. I wonder if we'll have something early here from Hora and Aurora. And where's that zone gonna go? We've had some wacky zones. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd to play. We had a couple.
हेलो
Something I was quite grateful for.
अरे ये स्पॉन्सर नहीं हाइड हो रहे हैं तो उसका नोटिस है एक बार क्लिक करो
क्या नोटिस आया
versus
EWC के स्पॉन्सर्स हाइड हो रहे हैं कैमरा का उसको
अच्छा वो
उनके स्पॉन्सर्स दिखने चाहिए
ओके तो
सेटअप करो
कैम का क्या कर दूं मैं
मतलब इनके जो स्ट्रीमर के स्पॉन्सर्स नहीं दिख रहे हैं ये ऐसा बोल रहा है इनके स्पॉन्सर्स दिखने चाहिए स्ट्रीम में कैमरा भी ऐसे कुछ सेटअप की वजह से हाइड हो रहा है तो इनका नोटिस आया कि आप वायलेशन कर रहे हो गाइडलाइंस का
ओके तो एक किधर शिफ्ट करूं मैं
मतलब इसको ऐसे कर दो कि उसके स्पॉन्सर्स दिखने चाहिए इसमें दिख रहे हैं स्पॉन्सर्स
हाँ
हाँ तो
हाँ बड़ा है तेरा वॉल्यूम बता कैम को ओके हाँ इधर कर दूं क्या देखो 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 एक बार इधर कर दूं हाँ ठीक है अब तो सब दिखेगा ना उसमें देखो एक बार दिख रहा है चेक करो हेलो जो है अभी दिख रहा है ना मेल क्या था बताओ ओवरले तो कुछ है नहीं हाँ समझ गई थोड़ा बड़ा कर देती हूँ और उधर से सेट कर देती हूँ ना हमें चलने तो उसको भी बाद में फिक्स कर दूंगी कैम ठीक है तुम लोग बोलना नहीं ठीक है ज्यादा
throwing away all of your angles.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize pool on the line. You fought this hard to be.
एक सेकंड दो बस हो गया गाइस लो.
Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. Can they find those elims
they
wanted off the back of this counter play? T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this.
अभी नहीं.
And of course for you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
4T up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath. Ooh, slightly slow on the timing there. And T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of fourth rise will come into hold.
Oh नहीं क्या मार दिया भाई?
Takes more damage though. Ralph is nowhere nearby.
मुझे knock दिया था उसने लेकिन.
Drops him down to 1. And it's an easy revive here on T24 inside the
NGX
building.
को नजर मार दी करण ने.
Church held.
NGX को नजर मार दी करण ने.
Then get the revive back on T24. Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long.
You'd be furious.
Yeah, you'd be fuming.
पहली बार बच्चों हैं दामन बना नहीं करते.
It happens again. It costs you your game, and not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing. It just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go. This is the full replay on it, so you get all the action.
Wait.
Oh, mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early, and like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event, live in the flesh. Said it with his chest.
Oh, इसको finish डाल दिया था, nice.
But either don't want to give it up, and it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best Nick McGalaxy's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it.
अभी वापस कुछ तो नहीं आया ना, लूफी देख लेना.
It's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Nick McGalaxy's just got to challenge another team for their drop spot. It's not guaranteed theirs for sure, but they've held it the entire tournament. Come on, guys.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora, as Top will find him on the move. 4-5s did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
Vitality down towards the southwest, started in Kameshki style, but this time we're seeing him over towards Gatka, but they grabbed themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake, Yasnaya on the south side, on School, as well as Severny, shooting range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike. Salme currently holding down the gas station, pops up tire. He can't come through here for repairs. Bullets though.
Yeah, only 18 left. One in the clip, 17 in a hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this push-up. Top gonna drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
देखो check करो सही है ना सब.
Not quite finding the shots over towards the players. Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play.
लूफी reply तो नहीं करना उसका.
Retreat here out. Migrate for
लूफी reply तो नहीं करना है.
Shift potentially. No, actually. Very, very kind up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing.
कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? मैं दोनों टीम को सपोर्ट करूंगी. मेरी दोनों टीम है. OG and Godlike. दोनों मेरी टीम है.
It's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great.
Perfect zone, yes.
So there's not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
Mormon from E-Arena once again, being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So a single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation. Getting themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going.
Luffy.
That's Vitality as well, with Razy hitting a very big blow back onto Godlike. A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked. Ulf coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right into the nade. Wizgod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed. I mean, for Ulf.
हाँ बोलो.
Everyone comes in.
वो बोल रही हूँ कि कैम देख लो, कैम पे ऐसा तो नहीं वो जो उनका एंगल दिखाता है लाइव फ्रॉम पेरिस वाला, वो भी हाइड कर रखा है ना मैंने.
Ulf's deep on the south side of the map. Need to swing
और तो नहीं शिफ्ट करना है ऊपर, फिर मेरे को वो नहीं दिखेगा.
Alula instantly takes up the cliff side.
नहीं अभी का सेटअप सही है.
Decides they're going to go.
कैसे
सब सही चल रहा है. ये स्पॉन्सर्स लिखा है इनके.
Taken quite a fair hit earlier on.
Lenovo Legion और सब लिखा आ रहा है. वो स्पॉन्सर्स हैं.
कहाँ? अच्छा ये सोनी और ये सब ऐसा.
हाँ.
बस इसको हाइड नहीं करना.
वो नहीं है. हाँ हाँ.
और ये लाइव फ्रॉम पेरिस वाला ये चलेगा, इसको हाइड किया करने तो.
Tiamba tackling against the Vitality Killer Bees once more.
3 प्लेयर गए.
इतना अभी जो है ना, तो रहने दो चलेगा.
Showing that consistent form.
गाड़ी कब हो गया?
Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe. Then after that, nice start for the first 3 games.
Siddharth, thank you so much.
Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up.
OG Maro, yaar, OG Maro, please.
Very much slowing down now at the halfway
like
portion, Jackie.
पता नहीं क्या खेल रही है यार
Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy are absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora 26. They were able to earn 3 after that last game.
Current कैसा पागल है क्यों है
23 on that one, so last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this
भाई
one.
अच्छा खासा zone था इनके पास क्या किया इन्होंने?
As well as Aura, so those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground on this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasa pulled away. I like this move from 4 Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
4 Thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually.
Admin और पीछे से जाके बस kill उठा लिए मजा आ रहा है.
Very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula. Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it.
reply कर सकता है उसको.
Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist.
Apology वाला कुछ.
Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
Falag taking a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce on it actually. That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. I mean, Falag just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one. So he doesn't want to have any part of it. Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flashed down towards those compounds. But S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that little bank.
ऊपर से shots आ रहे थे, cover अच्छा है उसका टीम ने.
Fine margins between this going wrong for either of these two teams in 4 Thrives and Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nonshin Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top.
Cover.
Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between the two. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they
know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there in fact, but it's like a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very, very open area, a little bit unfun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
Well, that's the last man for Enigma Galaxy, and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but finally falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by 4 Thrives. They fall next.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight from 4 Thrives. S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these 3 players from Aurora, though. Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be the dream recovery for Aurora if they can keep it up. Unfortunately for Godlike, Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their mates back up and live on to fight on this one. 4 of our squads out of the running into the 3rd game so far.
Nongshim on that south side, actually trying to push on him. There's quite a few teams there. Nongshim's just going to barge over towards OG. Thankyou's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin, as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that. Second nade's a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a
third party ho gaye, bro. Please, no third party, please.
It's back and forth blows, but Orangutan still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for Nongshim, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower. It keeps him pinned in position, so he can't provide too much Overwatch.
Bad spot now. I mean,
and इसको बाहर से बेटी मिली वरना अभी गए थे W रे.
It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just weren't quite quick enough.
इनका एक सामने kill पड़ा हुआ है वो.
He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
Flash BT दे सकता है इसको.
Still trying to get an angle on this.
पड़ा है बाहर. Finish हो गया क्या?
You got to move. He'll be ready for the catch. And Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been collapsing in off that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
Calling it from zone 3.
Furia ने ले लिया इसका kill.
I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora in a really, really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora.
We just need to not see
them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with
Flash
the other squads above
OG,
them.
Flash OG
early has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. We can all forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 frags going in against the arena. Doc looking to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot up the Falak. A little bit more they can do here.
I like that though. Good smoke. Oh, it was the wrong side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and 4th rounds in the arena.
अभी कुछ नहीं बोलूँगी मैं अभी कुछ नहीं बोलूँगी मैं बस वेट कर रही हूँ.
Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Ooh. Actually hits on target. Great damage. And they just keep on pumping in. 4th rise. Are out. But yeah, I mean, that's some massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well, one after another, after another. They want to go in to grab the bits, drop the smoke, try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
Yeah. Good. I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that time. For the rest of the day, and I will keep you that safe.
They have 17 points at least. और हमारी OG का देखो खत्म हो जी.
Away from that western side, but Aurora
God
had to
OG
do that. They had to push over towards 4th rise. They
यार.
knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
Had to restock and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba, they've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past.
Hi Moody, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Yes, Moody.
Playing a little bit safer here in their setup.
Tian, सोचो तियानबा के सारे बंदे जो मतलब फ्यूरी और तियानबा सर्वाइवल स्टेज से आई है वो खेल रही है 40 जैसी टीम जो फाइनल में डायरेक्टली चले गए थे वो सब भाग रहे हैं.
Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
Can't even sure how he's lived this long. I mean, Tops has got to know.
Someone's move here. अकेला बचा है ना फ्लैश बंदे मारो यार फ्लैश बंदे को.
Close the distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin. He should know. It should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good air burst will do the trick. Ruins the amount of.
बढ़िया.
Aura from the sidelines though will get sleepy and over towards Bose. Top though is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward. Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. More importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Good nades again. Goodness me, Aurora's having none of it.
Base on that one, more coming as well. Air burst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on Aching to stay alive.
ये भी आ रही है पीछे इतनी सारी टीम alive इतनी से जोन में.
I mean, with a molly you could. You get the spread on it, just try follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh man, I think they just wanted to get the flush at least.
तियानबा की किस्मत तो है भाई.
That's a lot of nades invested.
2-0 HP में तो वो बंदा बचा लिया उसने. इतने नेड है इसमें दूसरा बंदा फटा नहीं.
On the radio tower. Molotovs, man, a bit more damage done. Chip damage from the nades should be good enough. So start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first blaster shrapnel, and should survive the second.
So many nades though. And Doc, although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down once again. 6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto E Arena. No, he's being collapsed upon from two sides between this team.
ये ने कितना split किया हुआ है? आयुष कहाँ जा रहे हो?
E Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, 19.
अच्छा.
They've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every
है
game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down Tops. Tiamba's playing as a
format,
and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside that shack right there, and it's hard to line up those nades past the side. Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other two teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy. Reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora. The Arena making a massive swing. Mormon's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop two teams from squeezing them together. But this is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for Tiamba right now as Aching moves in.
Vitality,
where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
Oh, क्या विजर्ड बची है?
Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back.
Tian, Vitality, Tian को मारी, Tian, Vitality को मारी, Furia ने Tian के kills उठा लिए.
Knowing they needed to shut them down. To get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on. And it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff. The Arena now.
Send some nades in. Joel's the first to fall.
इतने पास में आके भी नेड नहीं करेंगे क्या वो?
From that northern side, try not to get.
पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं तेरा डॉग और टॉप कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा है.
Norman will move in and just completely cleans them out. This guy's been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely the team's
अरे वेदांत को देखो ना, अरे वेदांत मत बोलो, करण पागल, करण तो कुछ भी बोलता है, चिल कर उसको.
Coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E Arena. It's Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
Igor's Mormon still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are delivering. Igor's down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ayala as well as Chief to stand up tall. E Arena, they saved all their potential up for that late game, though. We saw how much ammo they still had more, how many smokes they still had remaining. His team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. For E Arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground, disgusting to work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E Arena in the near future though.
As he go down, man, it's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team. Is that going to be enough of a deficit to really make this one uncomfortable?
Igor, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested. Oh man, don't use that on that. Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igor's. But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one. When to move and when not to. Finally the play zone takes him out and Fury is blind again.
Hope for the best. Yes, it's 5-9-11.
Lose your eyes in the back line.
3 matches
and have to rely on your gun skill now. A standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them. Waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with a big gun in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested. Dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving back the worst information in the world, but... Yeah, I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
Just dashing him out. He's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hits.
He's happy to drive into it though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing
down. To be very honest.
Not how I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E Arena.
लूट तो ठीक है लेकिन देखो पिछले मैच में टू वेरी ऑनेस्ट ओजी ने डायरेक्टली पुश किया था वहाँ पे 2 टीम थी होरा भी थी और वहाँ पे विटालिटी शायद थी ठीक है तो डायरेक्ट पुश कर दिया उन्होंने वहाँ पे जाके मसड़ हो गई ठीक है जबकि जोन था तो वहाँ पे मतलब पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है कुछ गड़बड़ हो रही है देखो क्योंकि ऐसा तो नहीं खेलते इतना बुरा नहीं खेलते कैसे सेमीफाइनल्स में इन्होंने वो किया गॉडल का तो ये हो गया था इस बार गॉडल ने चोक किया
Someone's got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now.
Oof, he actually did.
Oh, okay. Chief for the peak up. There you go.
रोंडो में गॉडल ने चोक किया था 3 मैचेस मतलब नहीं 3 मैच नहीं इतने फिनिशेस थे वहाँ पे 2 बंदे अकेले थे 2 अलग-अलग थे उनको साथ में होते तो बच जाते
They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on.
E-Arena.
A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a cheeky dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really? Good game from E-Arena. I think that the game plan was great.
बोल रहे हैं नेक्स्ट में गोल का 10 पॉइंटर आएगा अच्छा लेट्स सी
As he went
खत्म हो गई थी ना रेंगल में
he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than
वो तो रेंगल वाली की बात नहीं कर रही मैं रोंडो की बात कर रही हूँ रोंडो में तो दोनों दूर थे मान्या और सौ में बहुत दूर थे एस पावर और मीनो लड़ रहे थे वहाँ पे तो नॉक हो गए थे दोनों वहाँ पे एक बंदा भी होता तो वो फाइट तो हम जीत लेते तो थोड़े पॉइंट्स वहाँ से भी आ सकते थे बट ठीक है एंटी हो गया मतलब इस वाले मैच में आई होप अच्छा खेलने
Not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, you know, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything. Yeah. And then have that
Chinese
gunfight once we get
ऐसे ना बोलो Chinese
I do think that for E-Arena they just wait a little bit longer, play up towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. Was a little strange. And you're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Tyler just getting mega impatient.
रुको जब तक ये हो रहा है मैं कैम ठीक कर लूं और सब काउंट थोड़ा सा छोटा और उधर शिफ्ट करेगा
Then it loses the
For every click, every clutch.
हेलो आदि हाउ आर यू वेलकम टू दिस स्ट्रीम आदि यार मैचेस अच्छे नहीं जा रहे हैं दोनों के जीत से मैचेस जा रहे हैं मन सा नहीं कर रहा देखने का बेचारे कैसे बैठे मान्य यार वो
PMWC 26, joined by John Allen, Kalaris, and Neptura, and we're playing a round of hot drop dance.
Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take. So let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I mean, we get Nep up there first. Let's get Nep's in a prime position for this. I feel like I'm in the danger zone. Yeah. But let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
Oh, it's your best one. Yeah, that's
it's on the board. All right, let's shuffle up.
Thursday.
And Kalaris up to the bat. Oh, okay, all right.
Okay. This is good. This is good.
ये खेला किसी ने?
Don't hit me,
घर जाके देखा. Okay, भव्य लुदी कॉलेज वाली छुट्टी नहीं दे. तो अभी आएगा. Oh, आ गया ना बस तू. ठीक है.
Currently, Nep's in laps with 6.
No way. Oh, a double 17.
It's a triple 17.
It's a triple one, I don't know.
That means Neptura is last.
Are you serious?
Yep. What's your hot take, Neptura?
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played. That's it. Wait.
This one was Neptura.
That one was mine.
In the bullseye.
No, it's in 25.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's you.
Well, she's already done a hot take now, so.
Wait. You did that on purpose.
No, I didn't do anything. All right, here, go on.
John starting us off. Let's see. Oh, hey.
A 5.
It's
Not
in.
bad.
That's all that matters, really.
It's on the board.
Here we go.
I haven't missed.
Kalaris now. Forearm strength. It's good. It's good.
Ooh.
That could be a treble.
That's nice.
Get out of the danger zone. The splash zone's coming for you, Kale.
Good maths.
What? Oh, that's a triple.
Okay.
Triple 3.
God. All right, there you go, mate. Take this. I'm pretty sure it's currently the lowest. Wait, no, it's not.
I'm
John's
on a
the
5.
lowest. Yes, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down
It's
version
true.
of my own
Jackie,
number.
it's your turn.
There you go.
Okay, hot take. Dino Park and Vikendi, infinitely better than Ronda. I miss it. Bring it back.
Oh, okay.
All right, considering I actually lost the
दी
first
वो
round,
जो
I
मेल
struggled
में
to
ड्राइव
answer
लिंक आई थी शेयर
because
करना
I
था
cheated you out of it. I'm so sorry.
Drive link?
Tiamba will not win PMWC despite looking really good.
I feel like I've got to follow in with a hot take
Look
as
at
well.
me, okay.
I feel like
Okay, okay, Adi.
over-reliance on ARs, nonsense. I want DMRs in, give the players a little bit more expression in the secondary slot, you know?
Kौन सी drive link?
Submachine guns, something else, popping in. Give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
I like it.
Don't give me this mic. You know what I want? I want all of your opinions from the viewers at home. You in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know right here, right now. What are your controversial takes?
ओके ब्रो अरे यार ये गाने नहीं सुनने हैं मेरे को कॉपीराइट भर देंगे भाई मुझे लग रहा
You were lied to, but
very mad.
In this last game, E-Arena wasn't lied to, Max, because E-Arena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to an E-Arena win now since that Rondo 39-pointer. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a cool win. But what's next? No, it genuinely was a good game. It was very open-ended finish between Furia and E-Arena. I think it was kind of even-Steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push. Then he gave the man advantage and E-Arena using every resource they had available to get that win. Good to see, but again, I need to see that continue in your next coming matches.
Take it away, Lace. I know you've been wanting to talk about this team for a minute.
Hey, Arthur, I am revoking your driver's license because I was waiting for the Furia drive by Max.
बार बहुत दिक्कत होती है
they
switch करने में
that win because of Furia
मुझे वहाँ से
and
DC
their
पे जाके इनका
driving
लिंक लेना
and
पड़ेगा
not taking that
मैंने भी
position early on.
वो करा नहीं है
I
ऑन
liked
करा
the
नहीं
way
है
that they sort of held out E-Arena early on in the map. They had Silence kind of scouting Vitality's movements right down at the south side. So this was such a better play from them. They're actually defending and looking where other teams are sort of pushing into that position. They had such a strong split hold. Obviously, a little bit of tunnel vision coming out of some of the players there, and then I don't know what the vehicle situation was, and you could hear me screaming in the back. He's like catching nades with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position after getting like
this one.
Yeah, after moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my pack next. I'm really upset.
I know what happened actually. I was talking tonight. I saw him as
मेरे ड्राइविंग आई है देखो एक बार मेरे पास नहीं आया कोई मेल
The idea for Ayala was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch them from behind. But
मेरे
then he
पास
saw
नहीं
two
आया
players
कोई
and he
भी
got
मेल अभी
scared. And that's the thing is, right, lack of information will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea, and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately, two-player setup was exactly what E-Arena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big something I like to call
EWC का जो मेल आया था
Furia WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one.
उसमें drive link
I've been
नहीं
working on
है.
that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier.
वो guidelines के हिसाब से एक
that
notice
was
आया
able
था.
to put up a good amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora. Aurora once again, Neptura being able to back it up with Ilims, even though they wasted a lot of utility with Tiamba.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be.
अच्छा जो
Now
first
we're
meal
seeing
था
true
उसमें
Aurora here. Now we're seeing
उसमें
the
सिर्फ
team that
2
we're
link
used to
दिए
seeing,
हैं,
and I'm
ठीक है?
really enjoying that. I think they've
एक है
they've
कोच
actually
स्ट्रीमर
played a lot
वाला
better,
लिंक, दूसरा
right?
है
With-
डिस्कॉर्ड
they're
का
very
लिंक, ठीक है?
even. They're not
कोच
splitting.
स्ट्रीमर
Doc's
वाला
not
जो
doing
है
his thing. He's staying with his team, and Reefus, we've seen some really cool off angles from them, so very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic, Max, is
Yeah,
Top being able to
hey,
bounce
submit.
back. Remember, earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him, but 4 Ilims out of him, a person that has been an MVP before on an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy. I mean, the best way to describe it is what you said, Niptra. They became a red zone at that moment in that game, and I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nailing them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold though on their performances so far. I feel like
तो
there's
उसका
still lack
करना
of
क्या है?
fragging power that they've had in the
भेजा.
past.
उसका
Doc
करना
is
क्या है वो बता.
underperforming quite significantly. So Top GGs, I'm loving it. Zol too had some great moments, especially in that rondo. But Doc, he's still sleeping right now. He needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when
देख
things
लिया,
ends
देख
up
लिया.
falling apart for Aurora. But Aurora, honestly, 36 points, currently tied. But the tiebreaker does go to E-Arena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba, though. Tiamba right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team, if you want to give the mic to Lace, they're currently putting up those numbers, Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah, I see that. This is what I'm saying. They're finding those fights. They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement.
जो asset है, assets उनका क्या करना है
This
उसमें
is
देखो
still
previous
a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to have that amount of points and that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course, we got to bring it back to kind of the smash rule and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it, obviously, today. But then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, it's none other than Nongshim. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nongshim, especially Humbin, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles, I like it, they're pushing the fight. But the thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower, he had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan
Be right back, thanks for watching.
So they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Fortress take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs, and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out.
Be right back
And you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the claim path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like,
बी राइट बैक का मतलब रोहित जोमेटो ऑर्डर करेंगे? नहीं, नो जोमेटो नहीं खा रही हूँ, मैं बाहर का नहीं खा रही हूँ। ये बताओ, वो जैसे अभी उन्होंने वार्निंग दी है कॉपीराइट वाली, व्हाट इफ अगर उनका कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक आता है तो चैनल गया। है ओके मैच स्टार्ट होने जा रहा है। वॉच पार्टी कौन कौन कर रहा है फिलहाल? हाय सीलन। स्नैक्स कर रहे स्नैक्स वहीं से कर रहे हैं। कौन कह रहा है? हो गया स्टार्ट।
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games.
क्या कर रहा पावर मार चल मारना पावर
those top spots, those podium positions.
बिस्किट तो खा रही हूँ उन्हें खाऊं।
I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the key here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right? E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily they were able to get here, right? So, I mean, they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early, just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
कैसे बैठा इस
One of the sickest trophies you can put on your shelf. Every single year I see it, I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here, and we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even. in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently, like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and sort of,
long time no see.
It reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked 4 Thrives adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that 4 Thrives made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo. He's hiding in a corner. You don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening to a team out there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by Ida players. They kind of have some exchanging of words. And I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what? 4 Thrives. They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have 4 Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, Ida and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have 4 Thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For when he eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in-game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming, able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
씨 뭐야? 여기는 여러
लंबा ब्रेक है क्या? कौन एंट्रीज हुआ आपका? क्यूआर वाला? उसको तो बंद करना पड़ेगा वरुण, यूज में नहीं है वो, इसलिए मैंने उसको मतलब बंद ही कर दिया है, वो नॉट यूजिंग इट। लो स्टार्ट हो गया।
As we get into the map, final air gale of day 1 of the finals.
Let's
see
go.
who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage. Of course, every single team would as well. Plane path on the west side of the mainland here, coming through from North George to the west point of Sosnovka military base, and it will be going fairly close to Pachinki, so we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Hora out early over towards Severny, Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
Point table में इतना ज़्यादा का difference है नहीं।
You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already here. Look at that. Looks like we're
One
going to see
chicken.
another hot drop in Pachinki. As
One chicken dinner.
Ida
Let's
and
go
Enigma
Team
Galaxy
India, no नजर
are
यार।
headed in that direction.
गणपति बप्पा मोर
Very
यार।
interesting. I will say though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a full price flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor of their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Seems like they know who's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here. Trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is.
NGX का वापस से
This is the hard part about these hot drops, and
IDA
I can hear
है
it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should be ours. I want it. No.
Practice करने जा रहा बाद में। अच्छा practice करना किस चीज़ की
practice? He gets beat up pretty bad. Satan, through the door! What a clutch knock for this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. And it's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're EDA at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Aaron Gale is the majority of the match we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost one player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player, you don't get the loot truck, you don't get, and you're under-looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop a Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it, you know? Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people. Sure. Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin. Get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiambos have been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the tournament. That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick. Yeah. And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now. Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot, Godlike. Would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front, with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Saverny, being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river.
उसमें भी लोगों को कॉन्टेस्ट नहीं समझ आया कि वो क्या रील है, ठीक है? क्योंकि सीरियस तो नहीं है, of course. तो उसमें भी लोग कमेंट करके बोलते हो कि रियल आरती कर ली थी, भाई वो तो मैं डेली ही करती हूँ, लेकिन अभी वो सब मैं दिखाऊंगी थोड़ी. लेकिन वो कॉन्टेस्ट रील का अलग था. वो मेसी रोनाल्डो का मैच चल रहा था, उस टाइम का वो है रील. वही कंटेंट मैंने वापस से रीअपलोड किया, लेकिन इस बार मैंने ओजी और गॉडलाइक के लिए किया.
That's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere.
उसमें भी लोग पूरे फेक कर
building by building with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split.
फन के लिए था, वो सीरियस रील थोड़ी है.
Oh, the
shots
ring out and the knock on the Coops is huge.
Nice nade, एक nade और एक nade गया.
Is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross, and again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards, and he takes it down.
Beautiful communication.
The plays from
nice
Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction? This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map, like the back of your hand, it's going to pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and Four Thrives are going head to head. And at the moment, it looks like Four Thrives are in the driver's seat.
इसके पास मौका था, अगर वो मॉली ऊपर करता तो वो फिनिश भी हो जाता बंदा और उसको भी थोड़ा सा हो जाता.
As well, as we keep going with this hot drop though. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out. Just leave a solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All 4 players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. Four Thrives lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Rozhok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Saverny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Fudia up there in Saverny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start making that rotation. Aurora Gaming. Oh, the one rock! You gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there. Guaranteed. 100% looking at
I think we're gonna go here, guys.
Oh, he's gonna go again? Oh, no. Oh, okay, we're getting a
उसने
little
चेयर
replay.
हटा
This is
दी.
on the
इसको
fourth
ले जाना
fight
से
and
चेयर
Nongshim
वापस से
Red
वहीं
Force
पे
fight.
लगा.
They'd already lost T24, but the
चेयर
hold from
वापस से वैसे ही लगा दो बीच
Hazaifa, the
में.
angles it was able to clock, it seems. Pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it
ठीक है बस.
for Four Thrives. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality.
Zone में है, zone तो बढ़िया है, इन पे ही है
been a
zone.
little bit quieter, I think it's safe to
Garden
say, than
center
their
है,
group
हाँ
stage
वही मैं कह रही हूँ Garden
performances, but
center है.
they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern shift
W
here,
zone,
and a
W.
big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Enigma Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here.
बस ये लोग compound
And
इनको
are you
बढ़िया सा
kidding me? If
compound
this
मिल जाए.
zone actually south shifts one more time to Roz, that would be devastating for this lobby.
दो like और चाहिए, like कर
Aurora,
दो complete
I'm
likes.
trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here? Right?
कुकू
They're
like
over
कर
there
दो
by
stream
North
को.
George splitting up, maybe trying to find some
यान
late
की
loot.
fight होने जा रही
Well,
है.
I mean, they were being held out by Vitality,
Yeah,
right? So
you're
they're
OG
just
fight
trying to
लेने
take
जा
a
रही है, I
turn around
guess.
the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side needed to settle their score with Alola to try and get towards the circle, and it is not looking pretty for Alola.
पीछे से कोई
They
beat
lose a
रहा है
player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of
हम
mental
देखते हैं Gordon.
to send all the way down to Rozhok.
क्या कर
It'd be
देंगे.
great for Enigma Galaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so they could just take up that mountain and lickety split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike in the meantime on the hunt in the middle, getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good. Puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, pow, pow, pow. That's 12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player. Let's see what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes on to Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth. and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold
Just a
strategy.
Little tap on the tree. You know.
Tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there.
तो God like so उम्मीदें लग रही हैं भाई इस
Gotta make sure
बार.
it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding to unleash lead into
Stream
the
को like
hillsides
कर
around
दो
them.
हो गया
Well,
like
hopefully with that P90. Team Flash getting
Nah,
out of
किसी
dodge
को
from this
मिल
east
के ना
side
मुझे दे दो
could be
उसकी
tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality and Aurora, this is the re-engage, Dukes.
Here they go, they're battling it again, and it looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak.
Oh, ULA को मारा है,
You can
Zatian
see
ने
Zol
ULA को मारा.
driving around, trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's godlike on the
Bordel
other
third
side.
party
Yeah,
कर
that's
दे
too
भाई.
dangerous. Vitality need
Bordel
to
third party
disengage
कर दो.
this, as their 6 is not
तो
covered,
मैंने
but
ना
Razy is driving up
Vitality
close and
कर रही
personal.
yes let's
Give
go
the
let's go.
opportunity for
दो
Reese to
zone
put
अच्छा
some
बन गया
shots
zone
on
चलो
him.
अच्छा है OG
And
और
yeah, it's just
God
down
like
to
के
these two
zone
players
बढ़िया
left
बना
for
है.
Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party from Godlike bought Aurora
Third
Gaming
party
some
कर दिया
time.
God like ने yo
A little
let's
bit, but now
go.
they're down to 2. And Vitality.
Aurora with
Not
Vitality
ideal.
दोनों को
Arena in
अभी
the
मार
meantime
सकते
trying to
हैं.
find their way in on the north side, but it's not looking super accessible right now. And now seems like they're engaged with the final player from Horror, Sleepy.
Oh, इनकी
Oh,
मसद हो
but in
गई.
the meantime, a crash. S2G trying to roll across, but Tiamba are holding face against it, and they are not going to let S2G in without a fight.
Aurora ने
Want to jump in
वहाँ
and
से
join
बच
the
के यहाँ
party
third
here,
party कर
and
दी
they
ले
did.
kill
That
ले
could
ले.
be brutal there, right under his
Nice
feet.
nice
They're gonna
nice
blast him
आतंकी
down, but
nice.
there's an answer, and Reefus falls. A third
Kill it
knock
out,
over
kill
towards
it out,
Tiamba,
kill it out,
but
kill it
now
out.
everybody has been isolated and
Nice,
evacuated
oh,
from this
nice
fight.
AKOP.
Nobody's left to put the pressure on this triple
बहुत
knock.
बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया.
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ
बहुत
in the
सारे
center
kills है
of it.
बहुत सारे kills है.
And Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately, there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top.
भाई दो kill पड़े वहाँ पे.
There is an
Revive
answering
देने गया
nade, and
वो.
that is going to back Top off nicely.
Revive देने
The
गया
run
यार.
around there. Orangutan maybe missing a beat there, maybe missing a trick, not able to flex out, didn't quite have the angles on it.
Top!
Oh, Top just about behind the concrete there to keep him
OG
safe
God
from
like
catch, but
that
they know
zone
exactly
में.
where he
यही
is.
तसल्ली
He's
है.
got 2 smokes.
आ रहा है
He's slap bang in the middle of the circle though, Duke, so, and that might be a little bit of a help.
दोनों
Until
zone के अंदर हैं
another
बस
team
अब
rocks up
कोई
with
आगे
nowhere
ना
to
बस.
go. They're going to roll right on top of
कोई
this
आगे
guy.
ना.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just going to lay down right here.
He's on the simmer.
For as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so they can just kind of hang on, get some placement points. That'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a tear. 7 eliminations. Fortunate for them. They're able to get everybody back up here. And they're in a solid position in this circle as we now look on over to Furia. Igor hopping out the vehicle here, getting punished by E-Arena for it.
Oh, it's not going well. It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunately, they're just going to be down to Chief. The other 2 players down on the hillside. Tiamba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound. Right? They're now on 7 eliminations.
Oh, nice.
They have done
Nice,
phenomenal
nice,
stuff. It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least 1 more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash try to find their way through, thread the needle, but E-Arena are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top, doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. Turney K sees to it. He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in. And now Tops has to head towards 4th drive.
इधर से OG उधर से God like.
Hyunbin finally bites the dust, the last player alive for Nongshim Red Force.
E-Arena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that circle, because there's a lot of open field in this zone. And now you're going to see 4 thrives. 6 eliminations so far. Falak with 2, Zypha with 3.
It's keeping Rozog in.
Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long. Right?
Like
Okay, you know what? Sometimes you're gonna get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts. And they'll definitely
OG
take
का
that
zone बहुत साथ दिया.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being.
For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is that 4 thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank. And if you hold towards the warehouse, towards the triple stack, it's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy.
ये arena तो बहुत ये तो बहुत
yeah, I want a little bit more forward thinking there as Aurora lose their final player top. Could not stay in for too much longer. 4 thrives though, getting crashed on.
Here they go, E-Arena not messing around here, just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Orban hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot onto Huzaifa. Huzaifa's really hurt here. Great team assault from E-Arena, picking apart the likes of 4 thrives.
Huzaifa has been so difficult to
भगवान चिकन आ रहा क्या बोल रहे भव्य अरे भव्य क्या बोल रहा
but 10 eliminations now for
अरे करो भाई थर्ड पार्टी करो मारो इनको बंदे ही बचे
Enigma Galaxy to move across and look at Ralph. He's getting over. Koops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied, a little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can
भाई मैं कह रही हूँ ओजी मार क्यों रही भाई इधर सामने फाइट चल रही थी थर्ड पार्टी कर सकते थे नेड मॉली करना हो मार दो है नहीं क्या लूट नहीं है क्या
moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tiamba and gotten stuck in there, but they hold inside. And I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. It's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Enigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party, but because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when E-Arena crashed on towards 4 thrives. Falak. Yeah, went up very quickly there for Joker.
Nice.
Not much you can do about that. When the flying
स्क्वाड हाउस वाले मारेंगे इसलिए नहीं हाँ अच्छा किया वो जगह ठीक है अभी फिलहाल के लिए उनके पीछे कोई है नहीं और जोन का भी कंफर्म नहीं है अरे अब ओजी को हटना पड़ेगा गॉड लाइक के सामने स्क्वाड हाउस तरफ बन गया जोन शिट
Yeah, godlike. Remember, as Power said, the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that thing, though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. As Power trying to smoke some things out by his teams.
पीछे से ओजी क्यों नहीं मार रही है यार ओजी मार सकते हैं.
As they are just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside a circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate cardi this. Oh,
nice at nose. क्या मार दिया भाई क्या मार दिया भाई.
Are perfectly put. And he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there.
क्या मारा है
If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock
अरे
there. As Power gets
कहाँ
across.
घूमता रहता है.
Just to get some healing starters as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through.
अच्छा 100
OG and E-Arena, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Jukes. And move in from this east edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now. And OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight on forwards. Try and get dead center here and contest with Enigma Galaxy on the coastline into Vitality sidelines as well. They drop down and 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Koops in trouble. The closest
OG zone में आ गई. OG zone में आ
able to get the heal off and now get some shots downrange. Headshot onto Mormon. Joker right there next to him though. Can Coops get to safety? No, he gets knocked, and E-Arena are going to continue to
E-Arena
apply
नहीं
that
मान
pressure,
रही
getting that
भाई.
thirst immediately. They're on to
knock
Coops.
finish
And Enigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as E-Arena make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tianba will not work out for them, and E-Arena evaporated.
E-Arena evaporated, and they end up feeding the beast that is Tianba. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression.
Godlike या OG godlike OG.
Some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck. Oh,
अरे नहीं S-Power कहाँ लेटा था
they have this position locked down.
S-Power कहाँ लेटा था भाई?
But no, not quite there, not quite ready. Didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tianba and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade over towards Tianba. They're getting caught in the crunch as Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tianba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. Enigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we got to push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades.
आरू वहीं रहना बस वहीं रहना तू जोन में है वहीं रहना भाई.
The circle is
इनको
coming.
फाइट लेने दो आपस में.
Push these teams out. So you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on the air, and that's their biggest threat right now.
Catch though with the response over to QZZ, and it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player, gone. And it is going to go down to Enigma Galaxy, who are now up on 7 elims. Their transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game from Enigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion. And now with this fortunate zone shift, are putting the punishment on this lobby.
Now QZZ will go down too with Tianba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match.
Who's next?
And they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Enigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Vitality gonna have to leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's going to be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Oh, Ralph gets knocked as well. Are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against 2 duo teams with one of their players on either side. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it, but it might get a little bit hairy. Lord is shut out first, and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v2, 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and
Vitality जीतेगी.
Downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90.
मेरी जुबान मेजी हो रही है क्या?
Setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the nades, the ordnance to blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks.
भाई मेरी टीम नहीं तो कोई नहीं.
Opportunity there.
Leo, NGX की fielding set.
On it. We love to be able to see that. That building so strong. It was in circle all the way up there towards the end. But they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could. And then once they realized they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Godlike OG का एंटी हो गया. कोई बात नहीं. कोई बात नहीं.
Heads up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean,
बारी आएगी अपनी बारी आएगी अपनी बारी.
The hot drop. But the
आएगी अपनी बारी आएगी. Don't worry. Guys, you don't need to worry about it.
Later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had
Godlike
the staying power.
और OG comeback करेंगे.
That game was
मतलब भरोसा है.
holding off against
करना ही पड़ेगा। एक बार सब लोग W कर दो यार, सब लोग W कर दो।
Everybody wanted to get into that central compound, but they denied them access at every single turn. It was a shame that Tiamba couldn't go the full distance. They did get shut out. And I feel like
और subscribe करना ना भूलना भाई।
Impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there, and hopefully they can find those opportunities in the future. It would be great to see.
क्या prediction दो, अपनी prediction दो यार। Chat अपनी prediction दो।
Stage, but it is looking pretty powerful on multiple.
कितने kills के साथ कितने kills होंगे? और chicken होगा कि नहीं होगा बताओ। Audio God like के लिए। चिकन होगा कि नहीं होगा बताओ। 2 मेरा मार बाकी में 2 मेरा मार तो अच्छा है भाई। मेरा मार अच्छा है यार मेरी टीम का।
Is E Arena, just straight aggression there towards the end game. They soak up a ton of eliminations.
बोला मैं नहीं मतलब तू सही में मेरे को मनुष्य समझ रहा है क्या?
When you get that many eliminations, it's a good game no matter what.
मजाक करा था वो उनका लक था वो ऐसा हो गया.
Worked out well for them, and again the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 to recover that pressure without any third party.
और लाइक तो कमबैक करेगी, वे करना ही पड़ेगा और लाइक
It's a good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables. Well, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. We'll have to double check that. But a man who could find out is Kalaris.
Comeback करेगी God like.
I'll try my
best,
John.
तो करना ही पड़ेगा.
Looking fantastic so far, so let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับ Furia นะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับ Furia ฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์นะกับวิธีที่ Furia เล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของ Furia ในเกมนั้นครับ
แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they approaching the team. But even though the last result is that they winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage, and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What's the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็ขนาดที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ Survival Stage นะฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. So we are here to win, of course. And it's like since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this is a champion group now. Everyone's starting at 0 points, so that's no different.
Long time no see can क्यों नहीं आते हो?
Okay, so that does it. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
मैंने साउंड बंद किया थोड़ा एक ये कॉपीराइट ना इसलिए चिप्स मांग रहा है भाई गॉड लाइक चिकन तो ये वाला मस्ट हो गया नेसेसरी हो गया ब्रो करना ही करना है बीजीएमआई होगा हाँ होगा जिम जैम भाई ओजी और गॉडेल से मुझे बहुत उम्मीद है लग शुरू हो रहे हैं बहुत तेज वेट करो गॉडेल्स हाँ यार फाइनल का प्रेशर तो होगा यार सही बात है गॉड लाइक हाँ नहीं गॉड लाइक तो कर लगी भाई मान्या जो आइजल है भाई खतरनाक आइजल है और एस पावर मीनो एस पावर तो खेल चुका है इंटरनेशनल पहले मेरा मार बाकी है 2 जोन 7 दे, लेकिन पता है क्या नाम है, जिनू नाम है ना आपका, इस बार तो जोन 7 दे रहा था पर टीम्स इतनी ज्यादा बचती है ना लास्ट जोन तक कि वो सिर्फ वो हो जाता है, मतलब भसड़ हो जाती है। इन्होंने वरना जोन तो इनको मिल गया था आराम से। ओजी का भी साथ दे रहा है जोन, मतलब इस बार इस वाले मैच में जो लास्ट मैच था नहीं खेला इस पावर। ओजी ठीक है लेकिन ओजी की गन इतना अच्छा नहीं है जितना वो दिखा है। नहीं ओजी की भी गन पावर अच्छी है, ऐसा नहीं है, पर गॉड लाइक तो डोमिनेट करती है भाई। इंटरनेशनल दोनों है तो किसी एक को, मतलब दोनों बिना गन पावर के तो नहीं जा सकते कभी। जोन में जाके बैठना नहीं है, चारों तरफ गोली चलानी है। जिम जैम जब तुम उसको मतलब उनकी जगह खुद को एक बार रख के देखो, वो जो जिस लेवल पे पैनिक भी नहीं हो रहे फिर भी वो इतना अच्छा खेल रहे हैं ना, तो समझ लो कि हमसे तो वो भी
spin that is
अच्छा ही
going
कर रहे हैं।
in the
बस ये
game.
कि
Log into PUBG
टीम इंडिया को
Mobile
रिप्रेजेंट
and
कर
get
रहे हैं
those
तो
PMWC
तो
skins.
लोगों की
They are co-created
एक्सपेक्टेशंस
with
बहुत ज्यादा
PvP
रहती है।
creator, none other than Nana.
पहली
You guys
बार
want to
है
check them
उनका,
out? Make sure you do so.
वर्ल्ड लाइक का तो पहली बार है
Grossa
इंटरनेशनल।
looks absolutely stunning. On
और
top
फिर
of
भी
that, the
अच्छा कर रहे हैं।
Electron Energy set and the Proton Power set. Maxman has all of them, if I'm not mistaken. And I personally just want the Grossa.
Yeah, I do have the Groza. Unfortunately, I don't use it much because I cannot control that recoil. So I just stick to the AUG because I'm basic like that, 7. But the AUG is cool.
I'm with you, honestly. I won't be able to control the recoil, but I just want to see it. I want to see it glow, even if I'm able to get at least one elimination. One team that was able to glow in this last match, being able to keep all their 4 players alive, none other than Ulf.
Oh, finally. You said it, right? We're finally getting a play where we actually have all of Ulf's
क्या लगता है प्रेडिक्शन दो है, चैट प्रेडिक्शन मैं प्रेडिक्ट नहीं करूंगी, चलो मेरी हो सकता है जुबान खराब हो, तो चैट प्रेडिक्ट करेगी कि कितने पॉइंट्स के साथ चिकन होगा इस बार दोनों टीम्स में से किसी का।
but then they were able to just hold their position, wait for the right time, and then once that time struck, Max, they were all over that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, really able to get himself some good presence at the end, keeping 4 players alive, which is my biggest issue with them since PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta this year. And you know what, they're able to finally get it done. I told you, they're a slow starting team. We're getting to the finals. We're finally starting to see these more dominant finishes from Ulf. But second place, Nemo Galaxy. I got a segment later on, but you know what? It's good to see that once they do get out of the hot drop 7, they can actually put up big points.
They can put up those big points.
Yeah,
Talking about big points here for some teams, it was none other than Godlike and OG. This was a match that they really needed Lace because the middle of the pack teams were eliminated very early on. They needed to be able to catch up, but they were only able, both teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them. And being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of the zone. So there were
मैंने तो लो कर दिया, ऐड एकदम लो है, लो ऐड वेड नहीं मैंने लगाए हैं, वो तो एक बिट तो आएंगे क्योंकि वो है ना हॉरिजॉन्टल स्ट्रीम।
After the first couple of matches is a better
Hi
thing for them.
Obviously, how are you? Welcome to the stream.
Teams, and they are one of them. But I do believe that coming into like the next match, we're probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they
मेरे को
need
लगता
to
है
be a
पहले
little
दिन
bit more
godlike होती
active
कोई
in
भी
that,
पहले
but
दिन
to
थोड़ा
get
ऐसे ही
to
रहता है
that,
इनका
I
आज day
guess,
1 है ना इसलिए
spot that
chill
they
इतना
have,
टेंशन नहीं लेगा
it's a lot better than the previous match.
It is, and one team that was able to,
They
that's
are
also been
लेकिन
starting
जो
off slow, but
जगह
finally
मिले
being able to
हाँ
wake
वो तो
up,
बात
Max,
सही कह रहे हो
none
तुम
other than 4 Thrives.
Cover
4
तो नहीं
Thrives
था
getting
भाई
8 eliminations this last
कैसे
match.
कैसे तो
Good
वहाँ
to
उन्होंने
see.
survive
Finally,
किया
good to see it, especially a lot of those eliminations actually secured on 2 teams that were
मैं
interesting.
क्या
We
बोल
had
रही
Team
हूँ
Flash a little bit
आज
earlier in
first
that
day
game too. That was fun to
day
see
है
how
भाई
they won that little bit
तो
of encounter.
थोड़ा
Huzaifa in
सा
particular, he
मानना
carried
भी
that
देख
fight
रहा
from
है
start to finish.
कि
Really
क्या
good
टीम
numbers from Huzaifa.
कि
But
क्या
then a
टीम
very
से
good
कैसे
early
खेल रही है
rotation,
टीम्स
and you
क्या
could say
है
a bad rotation from Nongs from Red Force where they catched them off guard. They didn't
लाल
expect to
भाई
clash next to
तुम
Potato Hill.
विजुअल्स देखो
And
बस
you know, 4 Thrives right, Nipchua. If they can take a fight
इतने
and you are
बॉटम
in a
में ना
weakened
हाँ बस
state,
वही है
they're
कि
going to
बॉटम
chase
में
you
ना
down
रहे
until
थोड़ा
the
सा इनके
edge
पास
of the
प्रीमियम
earth,
में
and that's what
आराम
they
से
did. And
देखो
Nongs from Red
फ्लेक्स
Force took a
करो
massive
इधर
L there.
प्लेयर्स
So 4 Thrives, if you know
मैं
where they're going to
खुद भी देख रही
rotate,
हूँ
I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And even in this
You
sort
have
of
permission?
in this
Yes,
state
Alicia
of where
Khan.
we're
Yes, I
seeing
have
them of just
permission.
kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's
गॉर्डन
going
का
on.
मिरामार अच्छा है हाँ
But
वही ओजी का भी
it is
मिरामार
nice to
अच्छा है
see that,
मिरामार
yeah,
भी
still,
तो मैं
they're
बोलूँ
still
कि
a threat
मिरामार
even
आने
in
दो
this state.
मिरामार में
And
बचाएंगे
it's just been really difficult for me to
Definitely.
actually watch 4 Thrives because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times, and I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Did you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been a big issue, right?
Early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up
नहीं
and
ध्रुव
coming as a big fragger
चैट
for the team.
बताएगी
So
चैट
for
बताएगी
him to go
चैट
out early,
प्रेडिक्ट
yes,
करेगी
Zayf is able to clutch.
लेट्स सी चैट
But,
किसको
you know, T24, they need a fourth player. They
किसको
need
मानती
somebody
है
like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, T24 was able to start slow during groups as well. Then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow. So that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations. We talked about it earlier. Lace is none other than Tiamba. Tiamba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big, big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like,
20
keeping up
plus
those sort of
उनके
eliminations.
points मैं
It's also
expect कर रही हूँ
E-Arena.
बाकी
we
जोन वगैरह
sort
ये
of like
सब
look at
बीटी
these
दे
two
तो पता
powerhouse
नहीं
squads, and
मैं
we're gonna have to
20
get a mashup with these two
points
teams
से at least
because
कर रही हूँ उनसे
they are
और
making
अगर
it in those
chicken हो
top 5
गया
positions. They are clearing their
तो
space. They're grabbing the
बल्ले
eliminations
बल्ले
along the way. Even in a fight where I saw, I think it was Enigma Galaxy, could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. Tiamba is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for E-Arena, right? Remember what we saw of E-Arena in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off us. We're actually going to be looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those eliminations.
They have been very, very consistent. It's been back-to-back games of just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy with the team as well. They look fairly confident. The lobby is hard. I'm going to say that. It is a very, very difficult lobby. Night and day from the group stage, from the survival stage. But they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly, what I loved about the fight with 4 Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there. It's a dip, and then you got those 2 cliffs. And what actually they ended up using is they went in, they went off the cliff, back behind 4 Thrives, and then used that terrain where they couldn't actually see to move around in front of them as well. So it gave the illusion that they were everywhere at once when really they weren't. And for a team that is slightly struggling like 4 Thrives, that was just the death knell. So very well played by EA. Good knowledge of the terrain and great synergy overall.
It was a magic trick almost.
It was. It really was.
Max, there is something that has been
मैच स्टार्ट होने जा रहा है गाइस
when we talk about
अपनी कुर्सी की पेटी बांध
and
लो
that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Enigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Enigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just they're just squandering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma Galaxy, you saw what we could do when they can actually get out of the hot drop. But here you go, Pachinki
Nigma Galaxy dropping there since the 1990s at this point. Ida up on this one.
जो भी नाम है इनका NGX की हर मैच में फाइट हो रही है
You know as a clear-up fact that Nigma Galaxy will never go up this location, and it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura.
BGMS का क्या सीन है?
Maybe this would be a good opportunity.
OG हमें तो वेट कर रहे हो. OG godlike BGMS join करेंगे.
They're ruining your entire tournament so far.
Yeah, it's really
weird, right?
Because for Nigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 1-2, that's it. But you're right, Nigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well because we are seeing really good.
Guys, फटाफट से like और subscribe जरूर कर देना. एक चीज और है. और अपनी please prediction drop करो ना यार. Chat prediction drop करो अपनी please. मेरे को देखना है. किसकी सही होती है ध्रुव की तो 11 kills plus chicken.
I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop. You've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry. And I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play very well. But they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row. Again, they have 2 points. You're not
Possible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
I think it was on one of the Erangels earlier, Niptura. They like just instantly third party it, and now teams are going around Pachinki, waiting for the loot truck to come out because they know no one is going to get that loot truck because they're so focused on that clash between Nigma Galaxy and Ida. Of course, here Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed. But one mistake, one slight error, and you lose a player, and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when 4th Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send game 1. They had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
इस बार सोल के मैचेस इतने लग रहा था कमबैक बहुत अच्छा करेंगे तो अच्छा हो नहीं रहा.
Dropping in Pachinki, it wouldn't be Nigma because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about someone, you're gonna pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hot drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think, Nigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But Ida just,
Look, on the left side of your screen, while they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting 4 Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have to fight Orangutan fighting Ulf. So everything is happening in the game. Teams are not going to wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck, you can see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2. Round 2, and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max. This is Picado Red Buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado Red Buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if I hot drop Red Building Picado, I am going to come over to your table, and I'm going to be aggressive. Yes, I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to hee-hee at you very aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment.
Unless
you're Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy currently in 3rd place. You have E-Arena right now in 1st place with 48 points. Tiamba continuing on those consistency of eliminations. This is the main story for Tiamba right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the elims. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going down as today has been going on. And it's none other than Aurora, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback.
Bounty hटा इन लोगों में से नहीं हटा.
Even I would even take the docketing at this point. I would be like, I want to see something.
Bounty hटा नहीं हटा.
Yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite significantly. Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got second place on the first rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points. After 3 Erangles back to back to back, quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside of their replay. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they just got a 4-man finish. You know, Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me,
Hi,
I'm not too worried about Aurora
chicken loading,
right now.
yes, chicken loading. Let's go.
Or start to the finals, and we do know that this
चाहिए
is a
भाई
team that
chicken
really
चाहिए.
waits until the
एक
last
chicken तो भाई
minute
बहुत
to
मुश्किल
actually
है
do
अगर
something. They
करना.
just do just
One
enough to
chicken तो
stay
चाहिए
ahead.
यार आज.
But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like
आज
Vitality,
की
we
वजह
haven't even
अच्छी
seen
नहीं गई
Vitality at their
हट गया
best
वो
yet.
bounty.
You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up.
दो मैच बाकी है गाइस, 2
match
मैच बाकी, दोनों मेरा बाहर है.
Are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are
Hope
worried
for the
or you're
best.
not worried?
दोनों मैच में एक मैच तो
as of right now.
चिकन करेगी
At the end of the
टीम.
day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay,
पढ़ना तो
'cause you
पड़ेगा
say
भाई.
I'm not worried, and then you start sounding very worried to me.
I'm not too worried.
It started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually,
Oh,
this
yeah,
isn't looking too
hold
good.
She just kept
Hello,
saying
Somnath
more teams, and I'm like, okay. That sounds like you're contradicting yourself here. 4 Thrives ends up finding themselves here in
दो
the
मैच
first page,
बाकी है.
but going here
मेरा
towards
मार
the
गए.
second page, we really haven't seen much lays out of S2G. With Furia, it's been a hit of a miss.
Dinner
and then
कर
we
ले
got some of
सबने,
the other
dinner कर
squads
लो.
there.
S2G are getting busy, right? But they are sort of like losing the contests on these fights. They're able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through, but it's kind of like more of a gifted
एक चिकन डिनर तो चाहिए भाई. इंडिया की किसी भी टीम का आ जाए मजा आ
You've
जाए.
heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on about that. But what
No driver's license,
well, I won't carry on about that. But look, I even just want to touch on like Vitality. We didn't really get to talk
भाई
about them. They are
like
playing
करना.
incredibly scared. So
Stream को please like कर देना.
worried statement. I am also worried in that sense because like even in that final
And
zone there, they
subscribe
had
भी कर देना
the
channel
Western
को.
side to sort of scoop up behind Nigma Galaxy, and they did nothing.
Yep. One team that I want to see more out of, especially
Got
towards the
like
second
5
page,
minutes के साथ.
is
अरे
none other
5
than
से
Godlike. I
5
would love
रन
to
से.
see the player stats so far today because this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to actually finish pretty high, and it has to come with the fragging power of S Power. And right now, for S Power to go
Let's
break,
go, boys,
he is
let's
the only
go.
one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least 1.
Domination
But
कब
the
आएगा
rest of the
इनका?
squad is just not looking
It's
good.
domination time.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why
Guys, W करो यार,
so
Godlike
low
के
is
लिए
look at
एक
this
बार.
fighting time. They're not even breaching the 20 and
W
some of the
कर दो
players
भाई
not even
Godlike के
the
लिए.
18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S-Power, from Admino, even Sommei. And Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize
Manya
it
is a
and
great
take your
IGL.
chances.
सुन रहे हो?
Manu is
सुन
making
रहे
like
हो?
these sort of scouting
सुन
power
रहे हो?
plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him.
सुन रहे हो? नहीं
They're
सुन रहे
getting
हो?
caught out. So,
तुम
I
लोगों से
mean,
ना W
it's
करा जा रहा
surprising
मान्या
to
के लिए.
sort of see that
हाँ.
level that they're at right now because Manya is making incredible decisions. but it
हाँ,
looks
Manya
like a
is
few others
making
sort of on the team
incredible
are just kind of tunnel
decisions.
visioning into the wrong
W
direction,
मान
and
इतनी
then that's gonna
तारीफ
get
कास्टर्स कर रहे
I
यार.
think also
W
one
यार,
thing that we
W
really
मान.
need to think about, or they need to think
He
about, is it
deserves
seems
यार,
like
he deserves.
they are trying. Keep going for positions that put them in a position
Team
to have to
India
fight
की
teams
team है
head
भाई.
on, and they're
We have
not
to support
succeeding
him.
in winning those fights. So
We
if
should
you
support
want to
him.
make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions.
मारने
in between
international
teams, and you
IGL
have to
शेर है
frag
भाई
your way out of
शेर.
them. Play a little bit more like Vitality.
यार जब
the
इनकी
way that
एंट्री हुई थी कैसे
they're
गूज़बम्स
on
आ
the
रहे
edge.
थे.
Nigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their
Hi, new
players
creator,
from
how are you? Welcome to the
Survive.
stream. Let's
Survive
go,
the
guys.
game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike? Actually, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of its players. S-Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers.
S-Power.
And I think you're going to do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on.
I'm
But for
still
right
proud
now,
of you, brother.
Let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank.
Yes.
Our special reporter.
Oh my god, damn. कितनी तारीफ हो रही है इस पावर की.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it.
Stylish man in the short. Let's go.
Mr. Blank here to talk about everything.
WS power, bro.
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man here on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad
only
moment,
one,
right?
only one game अच्छा चाहिए मैं only one game बस उसी में धागे खुल जाएंगे lobby
Well,
के.
circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to fight against some of that adversity. And I think that when you watched as QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside him.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, Milu has been amazing. Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMWC, where he was able to get 39 eliminations over 7,000 damage for QZZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's a really, really nice thing as well, seeing A-King, because it very much reminds me the way that Alpha 7 used to play. They're not playing now.
Game start karo guys. Game start karo. What are you doing,
Let's just put that to the
guys?
side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays forward, he plays shotgun for the team. Milu's just very good in those clutch moments.
Welcome to the
And,
stream.
yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Okay,
Where's
so
my box?
The thing is that I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now.
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed, because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latency elements pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last game.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer. Okay, yeah. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Aaron's one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when MVP and PMWC season 1 spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard, he's a grizzled warrior. He looks good. And I think that for Ulf, though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular, because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did
hope they will come back. Yes, they'll do.
I was like, get in, lads. This is fine. You've got it.
And you liked your prediction.
I did, yeah. Also, I was quite chuffed about myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50.
Ida to हर बार उसमें मिल मर रही है.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right, they prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked... It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what E-Arena's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but Fourth Thrive's had like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, E-Arena's just a strange team right now where I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky
which even they, I don't think, are very sure about this point in time. I remember a time when
was
sweeping
कितनी देर में start होगा match?
But again, I think Arena just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet.
मैं बोलूँगी तो मेरे को warning आ जाएगी वहाँ से कुछ इससे मैं बोल नहीं सकती तुम लोग बोल सकते हो भाई chat पे
Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time
no
to head
hate
on over to
speech, no violence, stop, nothing. So
because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently,
one more motivation. 1-2 साल तो लग जाएंगे ना करो यार. अब EWC का अरे यार अभी तो वो आता है कॉपीराइट का सीन है ब्रो. Ruhi, did you eat anything? Yes, I had my dinner.
Probably lower down than SAUL as Dennis Lazovic playing against the Na'Vi representative, and he managed to get a win. So that's huge for AGL as well.
अरे like कर दो यार, come on यार, 200 likes complete
They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, it sounds kind of doable, but then you realize they've got 2 players. One of them's already progressed through. And Ali Reza Farouj is kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well. Hikaru Nakamura already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Dennis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-finals.
Team India, they will make it happen this time. Yes, Siddharth. Yes, let's go. Let's go.
Putting the key into the trophy yesterday.
अभी मैं कंडक्ट लाइन में आया था आदित्य ने बताया लाइव लाइन में है वो बताता है तो क्या हुआ बता दियो तो बता दियो क्या हो गया कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ लेकिन बता दो क्या हो गया हेलो जी W इंडिया भाई W लेट्स गो स्टार्ट करो भाई प्लीज स्टार्ट कर दो रहा नहीं जा रहा है ऐसे खेल खत्म बेटा ना ऐसे ना बोलो मैक्स ऐसे ना बोलो
several other competitions as well, so Team Falcons have to be out for AGL if AGL that's top spot, but then again Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now. And chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the Club Championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's esports here at PMWC at EWC 26. We got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You over here like George here, That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they're currently, they were able to start off hot, but they're just going to keep going down that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not even just Doc, actually. I feel like I kind of want to see more from Rufus as well. That has kind of like been underperforming a little bit. Even Zio, I can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo. So sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Zio has definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber. But it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Rufus, again, Jolly get a pass, but Doc and Rufus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to
watch
give
party
Rufus
किसके लिए attack Jonathan watch party मेरी team India के लिए है जो है orangutan and what like दोनों को भी support
across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible versus team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit, but yes, overall I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. 4th place is okay. It's not far behind first, but we just want to see more because we know that they can do so much more.
Yeah, for me, no pass for Rufus. Okay, Rufus, I expect a lot better from you. You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad, so the pressure is on you. Okay, any passes that I had for him was last year, this is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well, but here we go. We're looking at the overall lace. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that just need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max. he were to be an
5
embodiment
MVP
of a
टाइटल
coach,
है हाँ
you
हाँ
pick
तो
Team
वही मैं
Flash,
कह रही हूँ कि
right?
टॉप और डॉक
If
इसका
I wanted
फेवरेट
to coach a
करन
team,
था
which team I would coach?
यार अच्छा
No,
प्लेयर
so
होगा
I
तभी
think
तो
Flash wasn't that your
They're my prediction, yeah.
अरे मैं
prediction?
मैं तो सपोर्ट
Obviously
करूंगी
being
अपनी
7th
टीम को
place
भाई
there.
मैं
Not
इंडिया
terribly.
की कोई भी टीम खेलेगी मैं उसको ही सपोर्ट करूंगी
Coach, what do you think they need
मैं
to
किसी
do to be able
फॉरेनर
to
को सपोर्ट
skyrocket
नहीं
up that
करूंगी
leaderboard? So
until
your prediction
unless
is
मेरी
correct.
साइड
Oh,
से
it's
इंडिया से कोई ना
complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with
Tell
Team
us,
Flash.
Yo,
I'm
Varun,
putting on the
welcome
spot
back.
Right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this, but no, okay, no, Team Flash. I feel like
पहले इंडिया है
there was
उसके बाद
one
दूसरे
fight
कंट्रीज
that
हैं
was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves
India
back up on
come
their
on
feet
the
and get ready for the
podium.
fight,
I
which
will
under
feel
pressure, that is what you need to be able to do.
Nice,
Flash is a great
nice,
team,
Siddharth.
but if they take a fight they're ready for,
Siddharth,
when they're not
pray
ready
for
for it,
Team
they
India.
just
Yes,
tend
yes,
to
yes.
crumble
Nice,
a little bit. So I
Siddharth.
don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
Yes, we're looking at the second page here. I'm also going to be looking at Hora Esports, Neptura. This squad, I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Hora Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not. And I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly
Guys, let's
is
go
going on with
for
them. But
150
typically,
likes.
this is a
यार
team that
यार
likes
likes
to play
बाकी
edge,
कर दो
likes to
खत्म करो
survive,
यार
likes to wait
मैं
until
रुही
the
सपोर्ट
last
कर
few
थैंक यू
phases
सो
of the game
मच
to
मींस
really
अ
start
लॉट
spreading
अगर
out
गॉड
and
लाइक या
taking
ओजी में से
third-party
कोई
opportunities.
भी
They're
चिकन
very
करता
good
है
at those
कोई
third
भी
parties, and we're just not seeing that
ठीक
from
है
them. They try
तो
sort of
मैं भी
half-heartedly
अपनी साइड से
making good on some of these plays,
चाहे
but
वो
they get
स्ट्रीट डॉग्स हो
overthrown
या
very, very
फिर
quickly
कोई
by these more
शेल्टर हो
aggressive,
वहां जाके अपनी
these more
साइड से
aggressive
जो बन पड़ेगा
players
मैं वो
and
करूंगी
more aggressive
चाहे वे
teams,
मुझे
and so they just
100
seem
डॉग्स
to
को
be
खाना
a
खिलाना
little bit
पड़े या
too
मुझे
passive. I know
उससे भी
Hora
ज्यादा करना पड़े आई
tends
डू
to
दैट
be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights.
हाय
And
पीहू
except for
स्पैम
today,
गणपति
this
बप्पा
kind of
मोरया
feels like
यस गाइस
that's what
लेट्स
they're
गो
the name that
गणपति
they're living
बप्पा
up to,
मोरया
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously,
from
we
Goa.
talk
Thank you
about
so much,
teams that sort of
Akhil.
start
Goa
out
का तो
strong,
कोई
start
plan
out
नहीं है
weak. I
हमारे
think they
साथ।
started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out, and that's why I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They've got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of the day.
Johnny
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, this fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, the thing is, right, is
स्पैम कर दो यार पीहू यादव भाई स्पैम कर दो गाइस गणपति बप्पा मोरया कहने में क्या शर्म है स्पैम करो गाइस
and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy oh boy, that was
स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा है ना वही तो इतना टाइम ले रहे हो यार दे टेकिंग सो मच टाइम यार
eventually
वेट नहीं हो रहा मेरे से
did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but Smash ruling in play. You just don't know how long.
JMD और गणपति बप्पा मोरया कर दो भाई.
The games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap it might be impossible to come back from.
Nice, nice chat, nice, lovely chat, W chat,
Your
W
point
chat.
brings up two teams to mind
Yellow
for me. The
chat,
first one we've already
chat,
talked
मेरी
about,
प्यारी
Aurora.
chat.
I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that Smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives, because again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1, because day 2 they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those two teams in particular, that's a really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen.
Goa तो best
but
है भाई,
depending on
बहुत
how
अच्छा लगा
the
मुझे
leaderboard is looking,
we have other
and
plans like
depending on what
पहाड़ों
other
पर try
teams
करेंगे
end up
जाने का.
doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Rule is in effect.
Chat नहीं
Just to
रुकनी चाहिए
remind
भाई
everybody,
तो.
the way that ends up working out
JMD
is when we end up going to
गणपति बप्पा
Smash Rule
मोरया
on the
करते रहो
last
भाई
day.
हमें बस एक चिकन
Whoever's
चाहिए
in
बस
first
हमें एक
place
अच्छा
on the
अच्छा चिकन
previous day,
चाहिए
you get 10 plus 10
then
points if
हमारा
I'm
है
not
फिर
mistaken, and then that becomes
क्योंकि फिर
what we
नींद
like
नहीं
to
आएगी
call
सही
the
बोल रहा था
Smash
भाई
Zone.
नींद नहीं
Once a
आएगी
team
बिना
is
चिकन
able
देख
to
के नींद
pass
आएगी
that
नहीं बिना
threshold,
अच्छा
in the
परफॉर्मेंस देख के
next
नींद
game,
आएगी
if they
नहीं
do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Rule. And this is something that we kind of you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, they, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad. And later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to
Uzi ka
highlight it. And
gameplay
I want to
bahut
take you guys back to PMG Season 1,
constant
Jakarta,
रहता है,
right, in
3 points
Indonesia.
निकालते
4
हैं वो।
Thrives. What was it? 50+ point lead
और अभी
after
थोड़ा
day 1. Like something
आज का थोड़ा
crazy
मैचेस
like that. They
शायद
just destroyed
खाली डे पहला
everyone in those
फर्स्ट
6
डे
games.
इसलिए
And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the smash zone. They get in the smash zone
Hello,
very
you
early.
guys, Whitey,
Pressure gets
welcome
to
to
them.
the stream.
Ulf is
हाल
like,
चाल
oh,
बढ़िया है
you're
इनको।
crumbling.
तू
You're having
बता।
a bad time. And they catch back up to that team.
मैं
And
भी कह रही
almost
हूँ
take
इतना
away that
टाइम
last
लेते
Miramar.
हैं।
But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it. And for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the smash room once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back to back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind. For them being able to be champions, though, for 4 Thrives, is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Nick McGalaxy, they had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
Why are they taking so much time?
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Ralph, from of course Nick McGalaxy.
करण लास्ट के 2 मैच नहीं देखेगा तू? मुझे लगता है 9:30 तक तो मैचेस चालू रहेंगे.
Every game, it feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team.
Hi Professor, क्या
What's
scene?
going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of we keep winning this, and I'm going to prove it, standing up on the stage?
I mean, Ida knows we've been landing in Pushinki, me personally, for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us. They want to prove themselves as a new team. But they know we won't change, and they know we're better than them. So just a waste of time for them. They're just giving us 3 points. First match, they were scared to fight, and they ran away. The other 2 matches, we fight them, we push them, and we just kill them easily. So, yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
No, exactly. I mean, we kind of mirrored that on the cast in the moment, thinking it's doing more damage to them than it is you guys in these moments. Obviously, let's talk a little bit more on a positive term.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
Team are really clean as well. Do you think this is going to be Enigma winner? You're looking to take the trophy home this year?
OG का की खत्म नहीं होगा भाई. OG तो OG unexpected मारती है फिर बाद में.
Everything is going our way for now.
OG का फिर ऐसा सीन रहता है बाद में फिर.
We keep it up.
तुम लोग बाबा ही बोलो कि WOG. हाँ क्या मारा OG ने, क्या मारा OG ने, फिर यही बोलो.
Brilliant takes. Always loving the chat to Ralph. There you go. Nick McGalaxy. Let's
दिल
see if
से
they can do
इंडिया.
it.
Guys, इंडिया का फ्लैग स्पैम करो यार एक बार. स्पैम कर दो यार इंडिया का फ्लैग.
That's why I found a crusher of my own through totally legal means.
Yo, let's go, let's go. वो चाइनीज लैंग्वेज में कोई कुछ बोल तो रहा है, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा एक्चुअली. यो नाइस है, कितना अच्छा लगता है ना इंडिया का फ्लैग, कितना बढ़िया लगता है.
So this nerd.
W इंडिया रिस्नेक्स गेमिंग जैसा टी शर्ट है. ये उनके जैसा नहीं है, ये इंडिया का टी शर्ट है. उनके जैसा नहीं. उन्होंने भी सेम पहन रखा था, बट ये टी शर्ट इंडिया की जर्सी है, क्रिकेट की जर्सी, क्रिकेट टीम्स की जर्सी है, यू नो. कल 15th of August है. Ladies first. अरे editex. What is going on?
Seeing that, I love seeing them just crashing other stuff, you know? What's one thing, Lace, what's one thing that if you had the power to crush it, you would end up crushing? Besides Maxman's hopes for Team Flash.
Damn it. No.
Why?
No, I think, you know what? 7. You.
Oh, wait, what?
I've got to take the shade off of Max at some point, and I need someone to pick on, and I just was kind of looking in your direction, and yeah.
How would you do that though? What's like?
We don't need to go into details, Max. What would you be crushing?
7 also. What would I be crushing? You know
who would I be crushing?
Who would I be crushing? No. Ooh, can we do Niptra first? I don't know.
No, don't do me. I
on the spot. Come on.
I would be crushing
Patel.
the key of Ida because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not even end, and I would just take it and crush it and turn it into a paste.
Hey, strike you. I give you permission.
I don't know. I really don't like
Mahavali
the hot
giving
tub,
we have
probably. I don't like
permission.
it. It's not fun.
How about you?
He's looking at me. I can see him on the monitor. He's looking at me
Anna,
very intensely. Is 7, and I don't have an answer.
Oh, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is bullying. This is bullying.
Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Instagram DMs.
Actually, that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Actually,
yeah.
She's just gonna be printing them out. And
Mine,
I would want to see how long it takes to crush the level 3 helmet for PUBG Mobile. That would be 6. You know what? For next.
Like कर दो stream को फटाफट से एक साथ सब लोग like कर दो यार.
Or maybe one of the
Squeaky
chicken. Like कर
the
stream.
what?
Squeaky chicken. Crack that. See what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're gonna be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing.
Oh, ये क्या किया था?
Miramar, perfect time to
What was that?
Some of the bloopers that we have had so far. A PMWC. Aurora with this one. That one hurt to see. But this was honestly ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out of. So yeah, GG on that one, but yeah.
Did they hit the light post?
A little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out.
ये तो pan वाला मस्त था भाई. That was amazing.
How hard it is to do that? It's insane.
Yeah.
और इधर OG ने भी क्या, ये Godlike ने भी क्या dominate किया
He
था
was
भाई.
actively getting shot at, by the way. Can't see all of the shots connecting, but some of them do. And before he explodes, he jumps out. That's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. And actually, that position was really big for Nongshim Red Force in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks. Yeah, that one stinks. Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. It was like, ooh.
Oh, never
The reigning champions of PMGC, not in the finals of PMWC.
उससे try कर रहे थे. International lobby है ना.
We love self-nading in this household. It's just so much fun. And it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go. I mean, and it's, you know, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had Hora, 721 GS now.
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate yourself from the competition. God damn, we have some humble PUBG mobile players.
We do. Oh!
It's like what we do, Max. It's pretty much what this is exactly the playing style when we end up playing. We're just so good at the game that we had to give the other teams a chance, give the other players a chance. We're like, okay, time to nade ourselves.
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, if you want to give other people, the noobs, a chance, unlike us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners, because otherwise they're just not going to get anything done. So yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, as we're going to be going into Miramar, we're still waiting for the matches to be ready here. That's why there's been a bit of a delay. As we're going to be going into Miramar, there is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for Godlike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade just went from like your regular color to now starting to get a little bit more red.
Hi Tina,
But the thing is, with Godlike, one thing that they have adjusted, Lace, is with Godlike, they haven't hot drop before. They did hot drop at the start of the tournament, but they realized it wasn't going to be going their way, and they stopped hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles from previous matches. I like the fact that they're trying to make different decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalize it and break it out. That win at the end of the day. So even though Their eliminations are slow now. Say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalize on these eliminations. Moving on up the leaderboard, they are a team that will be able to hit the smash roll because they can capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our support here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicting, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions. Turn it with just scan that, scan that real quick right here. Just go ahead and scan it and see what teams you're going to be selecting. I ended up selecting Aurora being in the top 3. This is the first time that in a long time that I haven't picked them to win.
That's fair. I think that is fair. I wish they would win, but they're not.
Oh my god,
The way it's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next couple of days. But Thrives, also a team that needs to step up because, look, I've been supporting you for ages and ages, and you won PMGO, and I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it. Do it.
Yeah,
ages. So many ages.
Oh wait, this is 4th right. I thought that was horror. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought that was horror. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
Oh my god, इतना ज़्यादा तबीयत खराब हो रही है.
Okay, yeah, I can't touch any 4th Rise merchandise. Okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what teams people are enjoying over here and who they think's going to win. Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event? Let's go. Big up for all.
Let's go.
What about you, brother? So we got some old fans in the house. Thank you, boys. Let's roam in a bit.
भाई तो फूड पॉइजनिंग इतने टाइम से बाहर है बेचारे तो बाहर गए खा रहे होंगे.
There we go. Got some 4th Thrives fans in the house.
ऐसी बात है,
Who's your
chances
favorite
तो
player on 4th
होंगे इसके, but
of course all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
Okay.
Yeah, but
there's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
How is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4 Thrives here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big
और
fan of
बाकी
4
players
Thrives?
भी
Yeah,
होंगे.
we are especially came from Pakistan to support them.
सबको एक साथ मतलब एक साथ इन्होंने एक जगह तो कुछ ऐसा उल्टा सीधा तो नहीं खा लिया.
They represent our country and represent us, so we are here to
एक
support them.
साथ
Have you guys
सबको.
been getting loud throughout the event as well, giving them your energy? I imagine.
Oh my
I've been
god,
hearing a
तो
lot
इनको
of 4
कहीं ऐसा तो
Thrives
नहीं
cheers
किसी ने
coming
कुछ
from
दे
you
दिया
guys.
हो एक साथ.
That's definitely
Free
us.
plan
We are
हो
here to
कुछ
support
हो ऐसा
our
तो
team
नहीं.
to cheer them.
Good luck with the event. Fingers crossed for 4 Thrives. They've been looking great. I'm going to roam on, see what else we
Yeah.
got. Enjoy the show. What we got going on down here?
कुछ
Hello, brother.
कुछ नहीं बोल
How you
सकते.
doing?
कुछ उल्टा सीधा खा लिया इन्होंने फिर
Who
एक
do you think's
साथ
going to win the
एक साथ
event?
कैसे खा लिया.
Okay, particularly I can't say anything for the first day because it's gonna be a tough competition. Is the EWC man all over the world. Everyone is competitive in this game. So let's wait till the
Want to
tomorrow
race
so
it,
then I can say who can win.
गेम में
I know the
प्लेयर्स को
game,
प्रॉब्लम है कि
how the
कोई
game
भी
works.
प्लेयर
So
रेडी
let's just
नहीं है
wait
गेम में आने के लिए.
patiently. First day is a good
कौन
day
से
for
प्लेयर्स नहीं
everyone.
रेडी है गेम में आने
Let's
के लिए.
hope my team win. Horror.
We want to see Horror win. If they get there, you'd love to see a big Horror victory.
Yeah. I love to see that, but still, I say no disrespect to any team, but I want my team to win. That's the motive of champions.
There you go. We're looking for a Horror win over this side. Let's go find out what's going on in the other sides of the
20
arena.
players को फूड पॉइजनिंग हुई है क्या? Oh my god.
I need you
Are
to
you
cover the STC
seriously?
arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Teria
Why?
food.
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over
Oh,
I'll tell you
there.
what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here.
Oh shit, this is not good यार. हेल्थ से खिलवाड़ क्यों कर रहे भाई लोग? I don't get it. मैं किसी ने मतलब ऐसा तो नहीं मतलब तुम लोग सही बता रहे हो, सही बोल रहे हो. ऐसा है. हाय साइबर विराज, मान्या वॉमिट, ओ माय गॉड, तो बहुत डिस्टर्बिंग न्यूज़ है। आपने देखो कोई भी टीम ज्वाइन नहीं कर रहे। ट्वेंटी प्लेयर्स, माय गॉड डैम ब्रो, 20 प्लेयर्स एक साथ कैसे हो सकते हैं?
जयेश भाई को कॉल करके पूछता हूँ।
Is this true? 20 प्लेयर्स को एक साथ, तो दैट मीन्स किसी ने कुछ ये तो बहुत बुरा है भाई, किसी के लिए ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए। अगर किसी ने इंटेंशनली किया है, बट अगर नहीं किया है तो अच्छी बात है, ठीक हो जाएंगे वो। नहीं, इट्स टेक्निकल इशू। टेक्निकल इशू भी हो सकता है। उदय पटेल, आप स्नैक्स के स्ट्रीम का मैसेज यहाँ लिख रहे हो। और मैच के बाद अचानक से 20 प्लेयर को पिक करा हुआ, झूठ है ना? हाँ वही तो, झूठ झूठ मूठ की अफवाह मत दो यार, जैसे डर डर लग गया भाई। वो नॉनवेज की वजह से उल्टा सीधा इन्होंने स्पेशली खाया क्या? लफड़ा लैंड चालू है क्या? कोई नहीं, ठीक हो जाएंगे। अगर अगर उन्होंने कुछ खा के वो क्या है तो दवाई वही खा के वो सही हो जाएंगे। बट गलत नॉनवेज की वजह से हुआ है तो वो मतलब फूड पॉइजनिंग इन्होंने उल्टा सीधा खाया होगा। बट एक साथ 20 प्लेयर्स का तो भाई वो तो फिर तो वो थोड़ा सा गलत सीन है फिर तो। कुछ टेक्निकल इशू चालू है ऐसा। था अच्छा, 3 वाइट ही पता नहीं यार, लेट्स सी, देखते हैं क्या सीन है।
would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
Even if you lose a player, right, it just hurts your potential performances onto Miramar. So yeah, I do think that Godlike, talking to S-Power, you and me, right, so we had a bit of a chat with him, was like, you know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was Hustler Crew, onto Erangel in their group stage, and like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's give it up. And I think that was one of the best changes in this entire tournament, was from Godlike, and I want to see that bleed into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals, and well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops. We want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace, I want you to put your mindset into a coach right now. It's the biggest hot coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop or if they don't decide to hot drop?
Just get it together, man. No. Look. Godlike. And because, we were just saying this power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further. And I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on those eliminations. They have it in them. You've got it in you, and I believe that you will be able to do that. Obviously, we may need a little bit more time to sort of get that, but I just like the way that this team calculates and puts in a strategy. Might not work out for them, but then they'll try a new strategy that they'll be able to solidify a lot more in this competition. So, look, I think they can do it.
Yeah, especially for both teams being in the second page. You want to be able to build up the momentum. We've seen some teams being able to build up momentum and just carry it on throughout the matches. Only 3 days here at PMWC, at EWC 26, the finals. We've been sending it to Jackie over and over again. Then I want to see what Hot Jukes and Blank are up to.
Woo! Thank goodness the group stage and the survival stage is done. Now we can finally kick back and save our voices for a little bit.
What do you think? It's
been an incredible event so far, honestly, in Paris. Very, very fun. I mean, we're here right now in the Players Lounge, which is honestly ginormous. I think the first place we saw when we came in. I'm trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool. But I don't really, I play snooker. So this is very different for me.
It's not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Matter of fact,
how do you know about it?
I've never even seen a snooker table in real life. This is the game to play. I thought it was only one singular game. Yeah, I'm gonna break the rules. Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I think I'm gonna break the rules in terms of what
He is looking to take the shot. Will he hit the stripe?
Oh, Babarji.
Little bounce shot. There we go. Well, you know, we're getting.
You're not Indian, right?
Here.
Oh, let me guess.
Okay. So what have you thought about the tournament so far? I mean, for me, tournament's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's been insane. There's been some crazy moments. That's a good shot. It's a good shot too.
Bottom की spelling ठीक करनी पड़ेगी.
Fourth drives look fantastic. I mean, orangutan, godlike coming in over towards that top 5 is just some crazy stuff. Couldn't believe it. I think everyone I've talked to after being here said they're having a really good time. Again, everyone's really taken care of here as well.
ठीक है, dominate करने के दम रखते हैं.
Honestly, that's the big thing.
तो यहाँ पे
we're having actually kind of a pretty damn good time here, all right? Yeah, we got 3 games in. I do watch the other ones, but afterwards I like to come chill here. It's a lovely spot.
First day.
This place is stupid, to be honest. It's ridiculous. Dude, the by far some of the best food I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every
Control
game you
your horses, bro. Babarji.
Manicurist on stage. And dude, that lady's insane.
Just wait and
I've
watch.
seen some of the girls walking out of there, and now she's like
just
booked
wait
out
and
for 2
watch.
weeks, which is wild. But I might even get a haircut in a second. I love it. I love it here.
You're so hype about you taking the mic back off me as well.
Karan Pundir.
Yeah, no, I'm about to get a manicure, dude. I'm getting ready.
Don't say anything, Abhi. Don't say anything. मैं नाम नहीं ले सकती, you know.
Genuinely, PUBG Mobile, I think PUBG Mobile might be the greatest event at EWC.
We trust them.
PMWC, EWC,
and we
so
believe
good. We're biased as hell though about that. But we do get like 2 good weeks out here to enjoy the vibe.
Chicken dinner
you know, it's been Riyadh quite a few other times, but even there it's been very, very fun coming to Paris. For me, Paris is good because it's a 1-hour flight as opposed to an 18. But I'll still take the 18 to go to Riyadh. Very, very good time. But it does mean I don't have to get a massage.
कल continue होगा ऐसा?
My back is not ruined.
Are you serious?
I mean, when I heard that there was a massage therapist actually available, I was like, please, where are you at? Because my flight was a whole lot longer than
कल
that.
8 बजे
Yeah,
होंगे.
man, so far, this has just been a crazy journey. And the survival stage just finished.
Are you serious, guys? अच्छे करण चुप रहे. स्ट्रीम कॉल आया था नहीं ऑन स्ट्रीम कॉल वो ठीक है बट कॉल मतलब क्या कॉल क्या था वो तो मुझे बताओ. कुछ कंफर्म होगा. गेमिंग वही तो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग. प्लीज ऐसा कुछ गलत मत मतलब बोलो. सॉरी को बुरा लगो नहीं. बुरा तो वाली बात नहीं है बट मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब तक फाइनल रिजल्ट नहीं आ जाता है तब तक आपको किसी को भी जज नहीं करना चाहिए, है ना. क्या पता कल को आपकी खुद की टीम बॉटम पे आ जाए या कुछ तो फिर आप कैसा फील करेंगे. इफ कोई और मजाक उड़ाएगा डोंट मेक फन ऑफ देम, यू नो. स्नैक्स से बात करके बताया है. मैं किसी का ब्रॉडकास्ट नहीं देखूंगी ब्रो, मेरे को, मैं जब तक यहाँ पे वेट कर रही हूँ, मैं देख रही हूँ, अगर स्टार्ट होगा देन आई विल डू वॉच पार्टी, और नहीं होगा देन मैं इसको बंद कर दूंगी, ठीक है। ओके लेट्स सी। ओके अलग अलग टीम्स के भी बंदे बीमार हैं फिर तो, एक साथ वहीं पर, एक साथ कैसे बीमार हैं बंदे एक साथ, मतलब एम्बुलेंस भी आ गया है पिकअप करने। अच्छा उदय पटेल आपको सही बोल रहे हो? मेरे को ही देखना पड़ेगा लगता है, मुझे स्क्रीनशॉट दो इंस्टा पे। शैडी जॉनी कल मिला मेरे को, ओके मेरे को स्क्रीनशॉट्स दो वहाँ पे, फिर मैं बंद करूंगी। ध्रुव एंड मॉड्स, मॉड्स पता करो ना व्हाट आर यू। ओके रोहित स्क्रीनशॉट दे फटाफट से मुझे। स्नैक चैट ने ऊपर चैट स्नैक्स ने बोला है, अच्छा ओके। एक फाइनल बीमार है और टेक्निकल इशू भी है ऐसा सुना, अच्छा ओके। तो ये स्नैक्स ने बताया राइट। अनदर रीजन ब्रो, ओके कृष्णा भेज दिया जॉनी, ओके। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। ठीक है तो कल करते हैं वॉच पार्टी 4 बजे। ओके गाइस तो अपन कल मिलेंगे क्योंकि देखते हैं अभी क्या सीन है, मतलब अगर कल का हो गया तो कल तो सेम टाइमिंग पे और सारी चीजें सेम टाइम पे स्टार्ट होगी राइट, है ना। ऐसे भेजा आपने इंस्टा में, ओके मैं देख लूंगी अभी। चलो फिर मैं बंद करती हूँ मेरी स्ट्रीम, ठीक है। रिप्ले 30 मिनट्स लगेंगे फिर पता चलेगा तो बंद कर दो। 30 मिनट्स लगेंगे ऐसा, मतलब ऐसा रात को भी हो सकता है क्या कंटिन्यू? तो रात को कंटिन्यू हो सकता है मैचेस? भेजा आपको, ओके होते पटेल, आई सी आई चेक इट आउट। वायरल तो करूंगी मैं आके। अरे यार, अरे यार रात को मैचेस होंगे देन फिर मैं व्हाट आर यू डूइंग गाइस। बस आई होप भाई, प्रे करो भाई प्लेयर्स को कुछ ना हो, टचवुड वो ठीक हो जाए भाई, क्योंकि उन्हें अभी लॉबी भी तो डोमिनेट करनी है कि नहीं। लॉबी तो डोमिनेट करनी है। हाय नितिन वर्मा। हाँ सुना मैंने, बीमार हो गए हैं। कोई बात नहीं, ठीक हो जाएंगे कल तक। फूड पॉइजनिंग है तो, क्योंकि खा लिया होगा कुछ उल्टा सीधा वैसे भी। पर यार आज मुझे देखना था चिकन। तो ठीक है। डेंजर से कैसे डोमिनेट करेंगे? कर लेंगे बाबा जी, करा तो है पहले भी उन्होंने। हाँ ध्रुव समझ गई। नहीं मैं समझ गई, नहीं होंगे आई गेस मैचेस तो। हेलो फरदीन शेख जी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। जिन्होंने आज मैचेस में चिकन निकाला वो सिक हुए? अरे तो हमारी टीम का तो चिकन था नहीं, फिर सिक कैसे हुए? मैच को क्या हुआ? सक्सेस पॉइंट मैच आज अभी के लिए कैंसिल कर दिए गए क्योंकि कोई बीमार है टीम, मतलब प्लेयर्स काफी बीमार हैं अभी, तो शायद अभी होल्ड कर दिया है। लेट्स सी कब स्टार्ट करते हैं या कल करते हैं, आई डोंट नो। हेलो वसीम अंसारी। 20 प्लेयर बीमार है तो भाई बात तो बड़ी है फिर तो कुछ एक साथ ही खाया होगा। अरे करण रुक जा, लाडले करण। ओ थैंक यू अंकुश, थैंक यू सो मच। हेलो वसीम जी, कैसे हो? मैं ठीक हूँ। 5-6 प्लेयर्स बीमार है, पर कैसे एक साथ, मतलब एक साथ कैसे बीमार हो गए सेम टाइम पे? हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल? फूड पॉइजनिंग सही नहीं होगी, बट वो अच्छा ठीक फील करने लगेंगे थोड़ा। हाय प्रेम। ईडा ईडा पोस्ट, वो तो मेरे को भेजी किसी ने। Yes, अच्छा ईरा का स्टोरी मैंने देखा नहीं, बट मुझे बताया किसी ने। क्या हाल है क्यूडी? हेलो एमडी कामरन जी, हाल चाल बढ़िया है। पर एम्बुलेंस आई है, पर ये कंफर्म नहीं है कि कितने प्लेयर्स है। पर यार एम्बुलेंस आई है दैट मींस के मैटर बट। करण मैं नहीं पढ़ूंगी चैट में, पढ़ नहीं सकती बिकॉज ऑफ गाइडलाइंस यू नो। डेक शॉप, डेक डेक अदर प्रॉब्लम है आफ्टर 30 मिनट से पता चल जाएगा। क्या ये इट्स 5911 क्या बोल रहा है? मैं इसलिए उल्टी सीधी चैट नहीं पढ़ पाऊंगी क्योंकि आप उल्टा सीधा बोलोगे तो मैं ये सब नहीं बोल सकती। उल्टा सीधा मतलब गलत बात, गलत वर्ड्स मत यूज करना। कितनी फुर्सत है भाई लोगों को उल्टा सीधा बोलने की। शाहनवाज जी ओके। मतलब स्नैक्स ऐसा कभी बोल नहीं सकता, स्नैक्स को इतना तो बहुत, इतने टाइम से हम देख रहे हैं उनको, वह सब कभी भी नहीं बोल सकता उल्टा सीधा। समझे क्या गाइस? ये लैंग्वेज उनकी है ही नहीं। मेरी पोस्ट नहीं देखी क्या तुम लोगों ने? मेरी पोस्ट नहीं देखी क्या स्नैक्स के साथ? लोगों को सब ठीक हो जाएंगे जल्दी। हाँ वही तो, सब ठीक हो जाएंगे। कुछ भी बोलते हैं यार लोग फालतू, कुछ भी कि मेरे मुंह से कुछ निकले फिर क्लिप काट दो, फिर तुम इधर उधर ट्रोल करो। यार देखो बोलने को ये जो उल्टे सीधे फ्लैग बना बना के ये इसका पापा उसका पापा ऐसा बोल रहे हैं ना, तो बोलने को यहाँ पे भी चैट कुछ भी बोल सकती है, मेरी साइड के लोग भी बोल सकते हैं, ठीक है, पर उन्हें मैंने ही रोक रखा है। मान्या की, हाँ मान्या की थोड़ी तबीयत खराब है, मतलब जेन्युइन चीजें जो जेन्युइन रीजन है सिर्फ वो बताओ मुझे, फालतू की चीजें मत बताओ, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ तो गलत चीजें नहीं होंगी, ना ही हम गलत बोलेंगे, ना ही हम गलत सुनेंगे। ये भी आज कैंसिल है, हाँ ये मुझे भी लग रहा है सुजीत जी, कैंसिल हो जाएंगे, बट आई विश के एक चिकन हो जाता, बस मजा आ जाता। हाँ मैं समझ रही हूँ रोहित, आई अंडरस्टैंड वही है। यो सेन हाउ आर यू? हाय शिकू बाबा। ये करण और किल सारा, करण डोंट डू दिस, डोंट स्टॉप करण, कुछ मत बोल। करण मत कर यार, रुक जा करण, डोंट डू दिस। पर वो लगते फोन से कौन ले गया मुझे फोन का नहीं समझ आया। अंग्रेजों ने, अरे यार फराज खान ऐसा कुछ नहीं है ब्रो, कम ऑन यार, किस दुनिया में जी रहे हो, इतने पुराने टाइम में हो गया अभी, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट ब्रो, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, कोई ऐसा क्यों करेगा, क्या पता कि क्या पता कुछ और रीजन हो, इफ यू नो यू नो, क्या पता कुछ और रीजन हो। अरे यही बोला अरे फराज खान, अरे चिल करो, समर्थ रहने दे, मैं नहीं पढ़ूंगी, मेरे को पता है मेरे को क्या चैट पढ़नी क्या नहीं पढ़नी, डोंट वरी समर्थ। आपको क्या लगता है कौन है? चलो भाई, इट्स 5-9, तू रुक जा भाई, भाई तू रुक जा, तू ना बोल चीन के लिए, यही बोला था अरे यार टेक्निकल इश्यूज हो सकते हैं भाई, चिल, इतना पैनिक मत हो, मेरे को चैट देख के बहुत मजा आ रही है भाई, क्या क्या लिख रहे हैं लोग टेक्निकल इश्यूज, थोड़ी बहुत तबीयत खराब है यार बंदों की, तो इस गेम कब स्टार्ट होता है, गेम ही तो देख रहे थे अभी। खाना खा लिया, हाँ खाना खा लिया वसीम जी, उधर भी नहीं गए ठीक है नहीं बोलूंगा, अरे बोल, इट्स फाइन, नहीं बोल तो कुछ भी बोल हरियाणा नहीं है, हरियाणा से नहीं है। जय माता, जय भारत, भारत माता की जय। ट्रांसपेरेंसी भारी भारत माता की जय कैसे बोलते हो, और बोलता के जय बाबा की, वो फैजल बोलता है उसमें लेटेंट में, जय बाबा की। मुझे लग रहा था मेरे प्लेयर के साथ इन लोगों ने, अरे नहीं 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 फराज, कोई धोखाधड़ी नहीं करेगा, वहां पे इतना बड़ा स्टेज है, उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज है, वो क्यों करेंगे ऐसा, जब उन्हें पता है कि अगर उन्होंने किया तो उनपे नाम आएगा, वो व्हाई वुड दे डू दैट, बताओ। 3 का चैट नहीं होगा, मैच कल ही होंगे, आई नो आई नो आई नो, इट्स ओके, मैं अभी बस थोड़ा सा ऐसे चिट चैट कर रही हूँ, चैट से मजा आ रही है। काहे इतना फ्लेक्स कर रहे हो जी, अरे अरे क्या नाम है, प्रतीक विद्या, फ्लेक्स क्या किया मैंने बताओ। करण चुप रहे, आज मैचेस नहीं होंगे, ओके फाइन फाइन सुन लिया, बट कल तो होंगे ना, अभी मेरे को चैट तो देखने दो, रैंक पुश करके, अरे #1 में आना इज इम्पोर्टेंट, रैंक पुश करके आए हैं, कैंप करके आए हैं, या मार के आए हैं, जैसे भी आएंगे, डजेंट मैटर, समझे क्या। हाय गुंतारो, रूही क्या हाल चाल, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, हाउ आर यू। आज ही होंगे मैचेस, लॉल्स भाई फ्लाइट लेके जा रहे हैं, Abhishek, is it? अच्छा आदित्य, मैच क्यों नहीं हो गया? यशु एडिटर, कौन से वाले मैचेस? मैं तो PMWC की बात कर रही थी, वो शायद मैचेस नहीं हो पाएंगे क्योंकि तबीयत खराब हो गई प्लेयर्स की। Loss was during the match and he was playing. After all, 5 players went to medical. करण ने तो नाक में दम कर दिया भाई किसी के तो। Chicken they had yesterday. Yeah, maybe it is possible. Can happen क्योंकि उन्होंने खाया होगा कुछ, तो एक साथ खाया होगा तो सबकी तबीयत खराब हुई होगी क्योंकि। अभिषेक थैंक यू, आपने सब्सक्राइब कर दिया, थैंक यू सो मच। हाल चाल बढ़िया है। ये 8595911 की चैट मत मिस करना भाई, बढ़िया बंदा है ये बढ़िया बंदा लगा मुझे। वो लोग का इंटरव्यू आया है, बोल रहे हैं जनाब फोन तो हमारे भी किसी काम के नहीं है ब्रो उसकी कभी चैट मिस मत करना, खतरनाक बंदा। हाय तरुण राणा 1v6। हाय 1v6 नहीं, क्यों करोगे 1v6? Good morning. Hi, Cristiano. How are you? Welcome to this stream. Cristiano, long time no see. Hello, Zaid. देखो सुजीत ने ट्रांसलेट किया है, वो उसके रीजंस उसने दिए हैं, वो पढ़ लो चैट। अच्छा है। हाय मंशु, हाउ आर यू? क्या हाल है? अच्छा अक्षा अक्षा अच्छा ऊपर जो टीम आज बैठी है उनको अरे फराज, ये फराज के दिमाग में अलग ही कहानी पक रही है। हो सकता कोई दिक्कत हुई हो सकता। यू भाई मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकती अभी भी अरे वरुण रुक जा, कोई बात नहीं वरुण, कैसे वेलकम किया एज एक्सपेक्टेड। अच्छा नहीं था क्या क्रिस्टियानो? ज्वेल्स नहीं है क्या तुम लोगों के पास? हाँ ज्वेल्स नहीं है किसी के पास? वरुण कोई बात नहीं, चिल कर। ये बाबर ठीक है भाई, बंदा ठीक है। वो अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहा है खाली, वो हाँ जैसे हम अपनी टीम को कर रहे हैं वो अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहा है, तो चिल करो, नॉर्मली लेना। लियो क्रिस्टियानो के पास थे। रोहित तेरे पास ही ऐसा होता है भाई, तुझे ही ज्वेल्स नहीं मिलते हैं। समोसा चाय लस्सी जो है भेज दो, मुझे बहुत जरूरत है इसकी, बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है इसकी ब्रो। लखनऊ से? हाँ नितिन मैं लखनऊ से हूँ। वाईटी में बार बार मेरे साथ भी ग्लिच होता है। जय तू तो सारे भेज दे जितने हैं तेरे पास, 1000 कहीं और दिए तूने तो देख लेना तू, मेरे हैं वो सारे। जी करण किधर जा रहा तू? अभी मत जाना, अभी रुको, अभी मैं हूँ 5-7 मिनट तक। करण क्या हुई? नहीं जाऊंगा तुम्हें कभी भी जो। अच्छा करण, अच्छा थैंक यू करण। लखनऊ से ही हूँ मैं नितिन जी। यस हाय रुद्र, वयू कैसे हो? पानी पूरी दी क्या? थैंक यू रुद्र। ओहो नाइस जय, नाइस, थैंक यू जय, थैंक यू। अब मिला है जय को। भी लखनऊ से हो आप भी? यस आप भी मतलब आप भी हैं क्या? स्पैम नक्को मिलते हैं। मानसू आर यू लीविंग? अंशु कल आना है स्ट्रीम पे, ठीक है। हेलो विकास जी, कैसे हो विकास? वसीम अंसारी अर्ज करते हैं, इश्क में हम भी कभी मजनू हुआ करते थे, हाथों में दिल आंखों में सपने हुआ करते थे। क्या बात है। आज जेब खाली है और हालात ऐसे हैं कि मच्छर भी काटता है तो खून नहीं कर्ज मांगता है। ऐसा क्या? इतने बुरे हालात हो गए? वसीम जी, नाइस लाइंस बाय द वे। जो भी इतने सारे ज्वेल्स दे रहा मुझे, उसका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया भाई। अच्छा लूफी तो करा दे नहीं दे रही WC। क्यों? हेलो टैग महराज जी, हाय हाउ आर यू, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो? नहीं आलमबाग से नहीं हूँ मैं, इंदिरा नगर रहती हूँ। कुकू का चैट डिलीट करो। 2 दिन सुधर रहा है, तीसरे दिन आ गया अपने पे। रूम कार्ड्स खत्म हो गए। नाइस, ये सही था। एफडी कमिश्नर महाराष्ट्र। ओके ओके, तो वो वहां पे क्या करेंगे WC में? उदय थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 20। बढ़िया हो आपके वजह मतलब फ्रॉम जॉनी आर्मी। ओ थैंक यू टैग टैग महराज जी, थैंक यू सो मच, मींस अलॉट मींस अलॉट। म्यूट क्यों करूंगी मैं? सुई। अच्छा तेरा ही है ना? नहीं मुझे तो आवाज नहीं आ रही है, बस तेरा म्यूटेड है वहां से।
अरे
क्या हो?
आवाज नहीं आ रहा था मेरा।
नहीं म्यूटेड था वहां से तेरा। अभी बताओ क्या बोल रहे हो? बिकॉज ऑफ हाइजीन होटल से। हाँ ये तो बात सही है, जा रहा हूँ खुद वर्ल्ड कप खेलने। वर्ल्ड कप खेलने फराज खान? ओ ठीक है खुद ही खेल लो। दे दिया हाइट? किसको हाइट दिया? किसको? मैचेस का? हाँ सीन हो गया, बीमार हो गए प्लेयर्स। वो बोल रहे 5-6, हाँ मतलब 5-6 प्लेयर्स बीमार हो गए। मान्या वॉमिट कर रहा बहुत टाइम से, बहुत टाइम से, मतलब मान्या ने 2-3-4 वॉमिट करा। और मतलब मैचेस कल होंगे शायद, पोस्टपोन कर दे, मे बी आधे घंटे बाद पता चलेगा, बट नॉट श्योर अभी। मतलब किसी का स्टोरी। बाय द वे यू फ्रॉम, आई एम फ्रॉम लखनऊ महराज जी, व्हाट अबाउट यू? हाँ बाबर थैंक यू यार, मीन्स अलर्ट। हाँ ये ना अच्छा खेलो। दोनों टीम अभी नीचे चल गए। जैप ने कंफर्म कर दिया। हाँ मैंने देखा उसका भी। आई एम फ्रॉम कैलकाटा। क्या बात कर रहे हो यार, कैलकाटा में मेरी फ्रेंड रहती है, शी इज अ बंगाली। हमी जॉल खाबो। हाँ हमी तुम्हारा की बॉडी छोटी कुटाई। हाँ क्या हुआ, मैचेस नहीं है ना? आई डोंट थिंक सो मैच कंटिन्यू होंगे, बट यार कल कल होंगे सारे मैचेस। नहीं वो उनके दोस्त नहीं, अपने प्लेयर्स और भी हुए हैं कुछ। तुम सोचते हो कि मैं हूँ बहुत बड़े शायर, तुम सोचते हो शायद खेलेगा फ्री फायर। अरे वसीम खेलेगा, फ्री फायर खेलेगा। मैंने कॉल किया सर को, ठीक नहीं है हेल्थ। हाँ पता चला मुझे हेल्थ नहीं अच्छी है। पता नहीं कैसा। नहीं नहीं नॉर्मली चल रहा था तो। नहीं 60, 60, 70, 71, 72 नहीं घर पे बनाया उन्होंने। बहुत टेस्टी था। नहीं मैंने खा लिया। आप कोई और में हो क्या? क्योंकि नहीं अभी तो नहीं हूँ। मेरे को और में जाना नहीं एक्चुअली करना है। मेरे को अपना खुद से ही करना है सब। कभी अंधेरे से जाके राइट कर इनकी चैट। संजना आ गई क्या? वर्ल्ड कप नहीं होगा ये वाला, अब होगा होगा होगा। फराज खान होगा। चल फराज खान आपकी टीम कौन सी है? फेवरेट टीम का नाम बताओ आप जरा। वरुण गाउन संजना आ गई क्या चैट पे? फूड पॉइजनिंग, हाँ कृष्णा फूड पॉइजनिंग तो सुना है मैंने भी। एक कॉल किया तो मालूम नहीं लगा कि बहुत प्लेस खेलता हूँ मैं। भाई तो बेकार सीन है भाई। अगर एक साथ किसी की तबीयत डाउन हो गई तो दिस इज नॉट गुड, नॉट गुड। ऐसा पॉसिबल है क्या? पॉसिबल ब्रो? एक साथ तबीयत खराब नहीं, मतलब एक साथ नॉनवेज वालों का खराब हुआ है क्या? नॉनवेज वालों को खराब हुआ है? जिन्होंने नॉनवेज खाया उन्हीं का खराब हुआ है। साथ में क्या? वैसे उसके लिए कुछ नहीं करना पड़ेगा। टीम कोड से ज्वाइन कर लेना। मैं डेली खेलती हूँ। डेली खेल लेना मेरे साथ। जिसको मेरे साथ खेलना है वो मेरे साथ बीजेमआई खेल सकता है, क्योंकि मैं डेली स्ट्रीम करती हूँ और डेली टीम कोड से खेलती हूँ। ठीक है। और डेली मैं वाव मोड खेलती हूँ, मतलब 3-4 वाव मोड तक खेलते ही खेलती हूँ। ये कर डाला। अरे यार की वजह प्रॉब्लम हुई है, हो सकता। हाय हंटर पिकाचो। यार 15 प्लेयर्स 20 प्लेयर्स तो बहुत बड़ी बात है। हाय स्वप्ने। अरे सावन में मान्या क्यों मानेगा? सावन भी था। हाँ आई नो बाबा मैचेस नहीं होंगे। मेरा शायरी कैसा? बढ़िया। बस वसीम जी मस्त शायरी लिखा भाई आपने, मस्त लगा। वन विभाग देखो। रुई आग के मैचेस है। पता नहीं। मेरे को खिला देना प्लीज, चिकन दिलवा देना। मैं कहाँ से? अच्छा अच्छा गेम खेलना है मेरे साथ? खेल लेना। जिसको मेरे साथ गेम खेलना वो खेल सकता ब्रो। कोई लोड नहीं है, मेरे साथ खेल सकते हो। मैं सबके साथ खेल लेती हूँ। समझे क्या? What happened? जंग तो रोज होती है जिंदगी दूसरे। आया हूँ काम करने चला गया था इसलिए फाइनली कैसा रहा? दिव्याजी EWC फाइनल पूरा हुआ नहीं है, 2 मैचेस बाकी थे और प्लेयर्स की तबीयत खराब हो गई तो बंद करना पड़ा। कल से कंटिन्यू होगा। आई होप से कल से कंटिन्यू होगा। मुझे कवर देना बाकी लॉबी सा। अच्छा कब? अच्छा फराज खान, अच्छा कवर दूंगा आपको है। Who is your favorite organization? महराज जी पहले तो मेरा मतलब जब मैं अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वालों से नहीं मिली थी तब मेरा POV अलग था, बट अभी फिलहाल के लिए मैं न्यूट्रल हूँ। मुझे तो कोई भी और मतलब मुझे सारी ऑर्ग अच्छी लगती है। मतलब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तो देखो एपेक्स गेमिंग भी अच्छी है क्योंकि उसमें जॉनी है। जॉनी वो जेंटलमैन है, ठीक है। और सोल भी अच्छी है क्योंकि उसमें मेरा दोस्त है जोकर, ठीक है। और RNTX में मेरा वैसे मतलब ज़्यादा फ्रेंडशिप है नहीं, पर RNTX का स्काउट से अभी मैं मिल के आई थी तो मुझे तो ठीक लगा। और गॉड लाइक में अभी अंतर्यामी से मिल के आई हूँ। अंतर्यामी भी बढ़िया बंदा है भाई। अंतर्यामी खूब फन वाला बंदा है, ठीक है। और स्नैक्स से भी मिली हूँ मैं, तो स्नैक्स का मतलब अभी हम लोग वॉच पार्टी में गए थे तब मिल के आई हूँ। तो मेरे को तो सब हेट में मतलब अभी मेरा पीओवी ऐसा कुछ रह नहीं गया कि मैं किसी और को ना पसंद करूं, ऐसा रह नहीं गया, सब अच्छे लग रहे मुझे, सब बढ़िया लग रहे। हाईएस्ट लाइक पर जीत। हाँ कैसे हाँ ना है, अभी यहीं पर बन चलो बाद में। अब तो मैं न्यूट्रल हूँ भाई, अब तो मुझे सारी टीम्स पसंद है। हनुमान धाम में मीटअप करो, अरे जरूरत नहीं है मीटअप, अभी अभी वॉच पार्टी में गए थे ना तब मीटअप हुआ था। जेनेसिस से तो मेरे को ऑफर आया था। रेट इसका रेट चलो बड़ी बातचीत, बड़ी बातचीत इंडस्ट्री के लोगों से, पूरी पिक्चर बची है अभी, प्रोमो देख। गाइस तो चलो आज के लिए इतना ही, मैं कल आऊंगी वापस 4 बजे, वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। ओके गाइस, ध्यान रखो, बाय बाय। हेलो हेल्प मी, आई एम अंडर द वाटर। अच्छा अरमान, और रात को मैं करूंगी IRL 11:30 पे, मैं IRL करती हूँ डेली, ठीक है। तो 11:30 बजे जो जाग रहे होंगे वो ज्वाइन कर देना जी। BGMI स्टार्ट, मैं आज तो मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रही थी, मैं कल कल मतलब जब तक वॉच पार्टी रहेगी तब तक थोड़ा मुश्किल है खेलना, बट इसके बाद मैं खेलूंगी, ठीक है। ओके गाइस, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, टेक केयर, बाय बाय, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ऑल द लव, बाय बाय, थैंक यू।